Welcome aboard, everybody. Welcome back. Here we are on By Leaps and Bounties, presented by Rook and Rast. We are running 7th C, second edition by Chaosium. We are not affiliated with Chaosium. We just really like their product and the game. And this is episode 10, Treacherous Parlay. All right. So let's go ahead and get everybody introduced for those of you who might be new and following us. I am Danny. I am the storyteller. I play everybody else that is not played by these wonderful folks. And just keep in mind that I run the game, I do not control it. So just be aware. And I guess we'll go ahead and we'll start with Michael first. Go ahead and introduce
Hi,
yourself and character.
I am Michael, and I play the character of Andreas, a Sarmatian Commonwealth swordsman with a little friend.
Awesome. And Rue, go ahead and introduce
Hi,
yourself.
I'm Rue, and I play Amelia McJansen. Actually, Ace McJansen. She has never given her real name to the party, but I play Ace, and I'm still drunk because it's still Tuesday. So hopefully we make it to Wednesday, so I can maybe sober up.
Maybe. There's a lot of stuff going on. We'll see. John, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
So, hi everyone, I'm John, and I play the dashing rogue Vadachi, or Vadachi rogue, whichever way. And although I am short, do not mistake me for Andreas's little friend.
Does Gianni really need an introduction? I mean, does he? I mean, he provides his own entrances most of the time. And last, but certainly not least, we have Ala.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ala, and I'm playing Ninette, who is here to parlay for 1.6 million guilders and hopefully a ship and a hat.
Ooh.
Exactly. And a hat. Yeah. So last we left, just briefly, the tournament happened. Andreas, with great prejudice, took out Gregor Munchausen. I mean, fatality Mortal Kombat level of taking him out. Kind of forgot a rule, which, the count was not happy about that. But Gianni thankfully got the crowd on his side, just like in Gladiator, and the count decided to go ahead and give Andreas the win. However, at that point, it was discovered that something had been stolen from the count, and Olivier Dubois, who had been canoodling with Nanette, was the culprit. Obviously, the count and Dubois have some history. We're not quite sure what, but the count did not hesitate to blame Dubois for this incident. However, since Nanette was entangled with him at the time, she got some secondary blowback from that. And everyone rushed in to help her or get away so they could help others, and went into panic mode. They once again spoke to Robert. They spoke to the Count, who was willing to make a deal to get his map back. But he said, we can stay here. We can do this in the morning. Make sure nothing else gets stolen, etc., etc. So Ace decided to go back to the Pot of Gold, let them know what was going on. Gianni was kind of hanging out, getting rid of stuff, putting stuff away, and then met up with Ace and decided that he was going to go back and try to keep an eye on everything. Ace went back and let Captain O'Connell know what was going on. She offered to send Cameron back with her or whoever else she wants to help out since things are going down over there. Gianni broke in, found a hat, went back
Beautiful
into
hat.
yeah, beautiful hat. Meanwhile, in the Count's building, Andreas passed out, and Nanette was working on her contracts. When Gianni came in, a bunch of noise. Nanette came in. They were all talking. You got to put the hat back. And while they were discussing this, a portal opened up and Nanette's brother showed up. So that's the brief lowdown there. So we are going to start on our book, as usual. Beautiful leather-bound tome by Leaps and Bounties on the front. Hand-tooled, leather embossed with the sorte deck, the sword, the gun, and the veil in the four corners. The book opens, flashes by all the previous 9 chapters we have done so far, opens to 10. Chapter 10. Has a picture, black and white, as usual, showing Ace standing at the railing of the pot of gold, looking out. And below, there's a quote. And it says, "When you make a deal with the devil, be prepared to bet your soul." Chapter 10. Treacherous Parlay. So we're going to zoom in on the picture. We start to see it kind of move, and color kind of bleeds into the picture. It starts to move. We hear the water and hear the wind and the waves and the creaking of the ship and the soft call of the crew of the Pot of Gold calling to each other the night shift. It is very late at night, early morning, hours, 1, 2
Might it almost be Wednesday then?
Might it also be Wednesday, early hours, witching hour, as they say. And Ace, you're standing at the railing, talking to Captain O'Connell, preparing to decide what you're going to do to get back, who you're going to take with you, how you're going to do that, what your plan is. So, Captain... Oh, go ahead.
No, please.
So Captain O'Connell says, well, I can send Douglas with you, if you think it would help.
Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt if it gets ugly, but I'm really hoping that somebody with a little bit more brains than I have, and a little bit more sober, maybe, but I don't know. I think everybody was drinking tonight except for Gianni. And Cameron can come with me. The Inish and the Inish whiskey. I think that'll be fine. I don't want to. I don't know. You probably never dealt with this guy before, right?
I've heard stories.
Yeah, well, I assure you, from my limited exposure, he is far exceeding the stories, as it were.
Well, what I've heard about him is he had a proclivity when he was in Montaigne in stealing artifacts and things. Didn't really matter from whom, which got him exiled from Montaigne. Now, no one's quite sure what he stole or what exactly, that he wasn't killed and just exiled. There's lots of rumors. One says that he stole from the Emperor himself, and the Emperor, being amused by him, decided to exile him instead. Some say he stole something from the church. Some say he stole something from, one of the secret societies. There are lots of stories, but no one's quite sure what.
Well, I suppose the bracer would have been a little useful if I'd kept it, but that's done, so no going back on that one. I don't know, there was I told you about the map, right? I did. Didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
with the bracers and the map, I don't know, it's...
Yeah, we're fucked. I get it. I don't need a primer.
Well, no, that's not what I mean. I mean, what is Silent Death doing? I don't... I mean, he does and has the reputation of taking from some ships wherever he can, but treasure maps and
He said
that sort of thing isn't really his style.
He said it's his birthright, and that, well, the bracers are his birthright, as he's descended from the Tempest. And I assume, I mean, I might just be putting together bullshit, but I assume the Carnival houses treasure that might also that he might also consider his inheritance. Didn't it go down in some sort of unnatural storm?
I mean, that's what they say in bars. I mean, that's the only time I've heard the tale mentioned.
The only time that I've ever seen an unnatural storm with the capability of possibly sinking a ship that just stirred up out of nowhere was when he was controlling it with the bracer, so... I assume the Tempest might refer to some of the abilities that were housed in the bracer.
Well, I mean, you had it on. What?
I did, and it sucked. Yeah, I couldn't do that. I shot some lightning out. I mean, you saw me, like literally moments after, and I like to died. And I mean, that's why I gave it back. I mean, out of everything else, we have Nanette's bloody bounty that's Gianni's fault, but that's for another day. But we have that. Then we had this guy following us around, and like he could just turn the bracer on and like sap my life whenever he wanted to. I couldn't keep that on. He could just find wherever we are.
Well, I'll tell you this. Captain Wheel was my friend. We didn't always agree on everything, but he was my friend. And his ship and his crew, the ones who didn't survive, did not deserve that at all. No matter what I thought about what he was doing with the Invisible College or his thoughts on that. And I do not like the idea of sudden death having this kind of power and going after this type of treasure. Whether it does or does not exist, I can't imagine that there won't be consequences for it.
Yeah. No, I have every intention of going after Silent Death. Maybe not today, or tomorrow. But I'll tell you, Kira, he will not live the rest of his days enjoying his bloody treasure. I will put him in the water, and he'll stay there. And
Well,
I'll
if I
take
can
his
do
ship
anything
for
to help.
myself.
That I'd like to see. If you need my help, just let me know.
Yeah,
I think I owe that at least to the Utrecht.
I think right now, if we can... I don't know what's going to happen back there. I'm not good with negotiations. I pissed myself when I saw Silent Death, so I can't imagine what the other two are doing and the brain power that they're devoting to it. But we'll see how it goes. There's a lot of money on the line. I don't know, but we are going to need your help, I fear, and I don't relish the fact that the pot of gold might get into danger with us, but if you're able to help us, it would mean quite a lot.
Well, if we get into danger, then that's our choice. I wouldn't feel too much guilt over it.
But I'm really good at it.
We're not that inexperienced with being put in danger.
That's true. I've heard stories. Cameron's gotten quite drunk a few times and run his mouth.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But it's a bit of a way back. I mean, above the table, they've probably come closer than they were when we...
Yeah, I mean,
first.
They can start kind of coming in to make it, like, less, like, if you told her what was happening.
That would be nice. The row out here was a lot. My arms are permanently bowed like this, I'm pretty sure. But,
I understand.
no, we could use the help. I kind of, see, Andreas won a boat. Did I tell you that? Andreas won a boat, but they don't want to give us the boat yet. And we could use a boat. I don't know how else we're going to catch them, but they're still in port, in my understanding, last I knew, a few hours ago.
Mm-hmm. Well, if he has the map, I imagine he'd want to get going as soon as possible.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, I don't trust the Montaigne to have given him the map quite yet. I don't know where it would be, but I don't think he's as much his lapdog as I would have liked to assume.
Dubois does what Dubois does. That's all I can say about that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm getting that impression. One of these days, I might just have to shoot him, but right now.
It wouldn't be the first time, from what I understand.
Oh, God. Tell me he's not immortal.
I don't think so.
Well, we probably should start heading back.
Yeah, I'll get this boat ready for you, and I'll let Cameron know to get his stuff. So she walks off, and then as she walks off, you see Charles kind of standing over, in the corner, or, he's kind of waiting, and then he steps forward and he says, I mean, can I help? I don't have we don't have the bracer anymore, but
we don't. I'm sorry about that, Charles. It was kind of a spur of the moment thing. We'll make it up to the college, I promise. Or at least you. I didn't... I apologize.
It's not your fault. I don't know what I thought. I thought maybe an adventure. I get to see some things, and I have. Just... But I'm not sure, and I need to talk to Andreas.
Yeah, he probably, he didn't seem too happy with me the last time I was there, but he was pretty fucked up too. He almost died tonight, but he did pretty well. Do you want to come back with us?
If it's okay.
Oh yeah, I won't even make you row. That's all for Douglas.
I should, at least try to get a message to the Invisible College.
For sure,
on the island.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah,
is
no,
there
you
anything
can come, please do.
So is there anything you're going to grab or take with you before you...
I am going to, if I haven't already done it, I am going to ask Kiara for some wardrobe, because I'm a fucking hot mess right now.
Okay.
I'm going to clean up a little bit, just a little bit. We have time. This day will never end. We have a little time, so I'm going to clean up, and I'm going to see if she'll let me essentially raid her closet and find a nice blue frock coat with gold piping and banding and shiny buttons, and I've got good boots. But yeah, I'm going to turn it up, as it were.
There is, she's, letting you, get your clothes and everything like that. And before you go, she turns to the wall, and there's a dagger on there. It's the same one that Gianni had seen, earlier when he was found and probably mentioned. And she takes it down, and she hands it to you. It's a dagger about this long, and it's gold and silver, design, with sapphires kind of around the hilt part of it.
Sexy.
And she hands it over and she says, there are some perks to working with the Invisible College. This is an artifact that I have had, and it has served me very well when I've had to go off ship. And I think you could probably use it. I have not found anything this knife could not cut through so far.
Interesting.
Ropes,
Well,
chains, anything like that.
wow. Well, I do appreciate that.
It saved my
Captain
life more
O'Connor.
times than I care to count.
Well, let's hope it doesn't have to do that type of work tonight. But would it be a day in my life the last month without a little death on the cards, I suppose? But no, and it quite matches this outfit. I don't know. What do you think? I think it looks pretty good.
I think it looks good too. It's better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you. I will guard it with my life, and hopefully it won't need to save mine. But if it does, yay.
So yeah, you can gather and you put down the boat, and you have Charles and Cameron with you, and you all start rowing back towards shore. Meanwhile, in the Count's building, we have Gianni, Andreas, and Ninette in Andreas's room. Portal has opened. Thomas has come through, and he kind of looks at
may I-
Ninette.
Before he gets any further, Andreas is across the room with his blade against his throat, and holding him up against the wall.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
let him go. That's my little brother. The one I was telling you about. Let him go.
Put the blade down.
This is your brother.
This is him. Thomas, how are you? And Ninette tries to push Andreas aside so she can hug her little brother.
So, all he had managed to get out before Andreas had gone, he said, Ninette, what are you wearing? What happened to you? That was all he had gotten out before Andreas did that. When Andreas, kind of put him up against the wall and then lets him go and you go to hug him, his eyes sort of roll back into his head and he starts to fall forward.
Oh, he was never really good at this walking business, and try to catch him.
His back, his shirt is bloody, soaked in blood on the back of his shirt.
The fuck?
I think
Is the
we have
portal
more
still
to
open?
pursue.
Yeah, the portal is closing. I mean, he's unconscious now. He can't.
Help me get him to the bed. And the sewing kit.
I help Ninette get him onto my bed, and then take my dagger, my mangoche, and slash open his shirt to reveal the wound.
He has been whipped heavily.
I'm going to find who did this, and I'm going to do unmentionable things to them. But for now, I'm going to treat his wounds.
Here's some of the bandages from last night,
Thank you. Merci.
though we might want to go clean them up real quick.
If you can go bring some fresh warm water, that would be lovely. And Ninette varies between Old Thayan and Montaigne in a panic. So it's
Andreas swaps to Montaigne. If this is easier.
it is water, please, warm. There's probably something in the kit. Just I'll deal with it. Don't worry. Gianni, can you put the hat back?
Yes, I can, but at this point, I'm wondering if it's better if I stay here in case I need to escape with him. Or at least keep him hidden until such time.
How long would it take you to put the hat back and come back?
A few seconds.
Might be the best option.
I don't want him any angrier.
I will take care of that. And I'll go out the door and go put the hat up. Sneaking
I'll
out, of
grab-
course.
I'll grab the basin of water, like the little wash basin and that kind of stuff. It's probably very obviously in this room due to
Yeah,
it's
there's
just.
like a basin with water and all
Is
of
there
that.
is there like a little kettle near the fire for like
Yeah, there's like
boil?
a fireplace that you can use to warm up the water.
Yeah,
For
so I'll
sure.
do that.
Cool. Gianni, I'll get to you in a second. So Nanette, what are you
She's trying to do her best to at least tend to the wounds as she can, and maybe I don't know if the little kit that we got has any sort of pain mediation.
there's some salve in there, like
Okay, yeah, she
know.
I was gonna say
test it on herself and then make sure it's safe. And
the unconsciousness might be the best pain reliever right now.
you were so rough with him. He was so delicate.
I didn't do that. I just pushed him against a wall.
That really wasn't necessary. He's so frail and small.
Look, we've had door wizards coming out and trying to do things to us. I'm a little jumpy right now.
Okay, just guard the door then. I
can help you with that.
It's fine. I've got this. He's my little brother. This is probably my fault. I will deal with this.
So you're gonna start dressing his wounds then, Nanette? Okay.
Yeah, just so nice and slow and careful, and contract is forgotten on the table. 40 pages is enough.
When you start tending his wounds and you realize as you're doing that and kind of checking him over, his hands are very bloody as well, like a lot more bloody than you might expect that he needed for Porte magic. And when you look at his hands, there is like indentation of a cross in his hands, where like some kind of cross or something had been like indented like into his hand to cause enough to make it bleed.
Fuck the church.
Like a prophet's cross, by the way, so it's the half. Yeah.
And she's bandaging and weeping, and just all that makeup that she hasn't washed off is just right back on her face. Just
yeah. All right.
who did this?
Yeah. Gianni, you are going to go put the hat back?
I sadly am. I will sneak on down the hallway and watching fate, making sure I don't see any lines of guards coming, and put it back in the hat room.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Let's do a bit of a roll then. Since you've kind of already done this, you've been up here a few times by this point. So I'm going to say Gianni has done it, knows it pretty well. So, you're just going to need like 2 raises to go ahead and actually, do the action, get back to the room, and a 3rd to not be seen by any guards or anything. So 3 raises, not too bad. Let's do, well, I mean, he's obviously going to do it stylish, right? So panache and hide.
Yep.
Cool. And it's just 10.
For the moment. Golly, I like this. I like this. I'm trying to spend all my dice. Well, most of my dice. And okay, 4 raises, 1 left over.
Okay. 4 raises, 1 left over. I'll go ahead and buy that from you. Take a hero point. So with your 4th, I'm going to go ahead and say that on your way, you do overhear like a little bit of conversation between some guards who are around the corner. Like, I mean, you know where they are, so you're kind of like, keeping away. But you're close enough to like hear their conversation. And they're talking about silent death being there. that night, or earlier. The guards are talking about earlier that night about silent death, and one of them is saying, wasn't that Giovanni Villanova? And the other guard's like, yeah. I mean, what the hell was he doing here? Like, with Silent Death the pirate? I mean, he's more of a, corrupt politician merchant, right? I mean, not really a pirate. Like, other guards like, I don't know. All I know is that whatever it is, it can't be good. And I was guarding, like, pretty close to where they were sitting, like, just a little while in front of the arena. And I overheard them talking about some kind of, like, sea-long voyage they were gonna have to take together. Like, I don't know what that's all about, but I mean, it can't be good. Like, I mean, I'm gonna stay far away from that. I mean, even speculating about it. But, like, what could get them to work, and they're just chit-chatting like that back and forth, kind of like wondering what's going on. But you managed to get the hat back into the room and, make it look like you hadn't really been there, put the feather back, all that sort of stuff. And managed to get back into the room. Easily enough. Meanwhile, Ace and Douglas and Charles are in the boat and they are rowing. Charles isn't going to be saying too much. He's kind of sitting there, like, looking around and, like, looking off at, like, the island in the distance and sitting in the boat. Douglas is rowing and, complaining about it in typical Highland Marshes fashion.
I did this myself alone the entire way. God, you're such a bitch sometimes. I can't even deal with it.
Yeah.
Your sister is more of a man than you are, thank Christ.
And he sort of, like, grumbles at you. He's like, pass over that look.
Oh, please, have some.
He'll take a swig of that, and he just kind of grumbles at you and keeps rowing and stuff.
It'd be better if it was King of the Moors, I tell you.
Well, if you find some, let me know. Yeah, so it's actually not incredibly eventful on the way back. So you manage to get back to Labuka. It takes you about 2 hours this time, so you're able to kind of cut an hour off your time.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll help row a little bit. Jeez. 2 hours.
Yeah, so once you get on, once you get back to the dock, what is Ace gonna do?
Well, okay, so we all got rooms at the Salty Siren, so I'm going to take you there to rest, because I don't think I need you to do anything just yet. Yeah. Let me get you there. I mean, I don't know, Douglas, me and you could go and try to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, let's go back to the Siren first. It still seems... I'm still assuming it's a couple hours at least before daylight, or...
Yeah, you've got a couple...
Okay.
You probably got 3 or 4 hours before daylight.
Okay, well I know...
2 or 3, probably.
Charles needs his beauty rest, so I'm going to at least take him and put him in the boys' room.
I'm okay.
Charles, I don't want... Well, are you good by yourself, or do you need us to go with you?
I can do it.
Do you know... Okay, do you know where the Invisible College is, buddy? Could you give me the address to your mom and dad's? No, come on, just... No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sobering up and it sucks, okay? It's just... I've been an asshole tonight, and it's all just flooding back, and this Inish whiskey's too weak to let me forget, so... Would you like me to escort you to the Invisible College?
No, I think I'll be fine. They told me what I needed to do to contact them. I don't know what they're gonna do
okay.
when I tell them I don't have the bracer, but
Just blame it on me. What's new? Let's get a bounty out on my head. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You can blame it on me, but don't let them do anything stupid like that.
well,
But you can't have our rooms at the Salt Siren. It's okay.
Okay. So you're gonna head to the Salty Siren.
Yeah, and then I'm going to, if Charles is cool with breaking up and splitting off,
Yeah.
and
I
I will
put
ask.
his books in the room because he doesn't want to risk them,
Sure.
getting. So
No.
he brought his 3 books with him. The three books that he has.
Charles, just hope we don't have to leave fast, lad. That's all. So, Cameron, you want to go on a little seek and find?
I didn't roll all this way to have my thumb up my arse, did I?
I don't know what you do for fun, bud, but it's to each their own. But I would, since I don't think, I don't know. Let's go to another bar, and I need to ask somebody something.
Okay. You know people on Labuka already?
It's been a fucking day. All right, I feel like I've been here for 3 weeks, and let's say that there's a lass that seemed quite maybe interested. I think she just likes the marches, and I was the only one with the accent, so maybe she'll get into you. Who knows? But I'm gonna see if she's around. She shouldn't be. She should be off work, but I need to ask if a certain person is.
Ah, I see.
I'm not. No, that's not what I mean. Stop it. No, I'm not gonna sleep with her today.
Really?
Too drunk.
All right, well, let's go see your little girlfriend.
She's a little. She's smaller.
Cute. This is a good time to let me explain how your tattoo works now, since you're kind of going to try to buy. Okay, so here's how it works, and it's pretty intuitive. Like once you kind of put your tattoo together and got together with Kaya, it you kind of know. You can, by spending a hero point, use it to communicate with Kaya for up to a minute. You have to spend a hero point to do that. He can hear you. You can hear him. You can see what he sees. You can smell what he smells. You can feel what he feels.
Okay.
But any of the senses, you can have. Which means, if he's, really happy because he's getting a massage or something, you'll feel that. If he's in pain because he's, and you happen to try to,
Oh, so we need to find some sort of like sock on the door system so there's not there's not something that could be bad.
Yeah. You can't control each other's body movements or anything like that, but
Sure.
you can communicate and like I said, smell what he smells, hear everything like that, and he can do the same for you.
Awesome.
It's reciprocal, but that's how it works, and you can do that by spending a hero point if you need to communicate with him.
Okay, fantastic. I will probably have you text that to me since I looked briefly for a pin and there isn't one within arm's reach. So, but I can remember a hero point for a minute of communication and sensory usage, but not body movement. Okay.
Right. Okay. Cool. All right. So we will leave you and Douglas going there. Charles has put his book. Well, he starts to put his books away, and then he kind of looks at you. Looks like he's thinking about what you said, and he decides to take them with him.
Sorry, bud. If I'd realized you'd brought him, I might have reminded you on the boat that we tend
He's
to have
got
to
like a
run out.
satchel, with the 3 books in them now. So
Okay, good.
so he's gonna go off, kind of looking around the streets and everything as you and Douglas head over to the compass. Meanwhile, back at the Count's, Gianni has shown back up. Andreas and Nanette are trying to help Tomas. So, yeah, Gianni, you come back to the room having put the hat back with much sadness and wanting to part with that hat. But you come back and they're trying to tend to his wounds, as far as I know.
So,
Unless you're going to have to tell me they're doing something different when you come in the room.
how's it going?
It's going. No issues, I take.
No, I do have news that's a bit distracting, but I can wait.
No, go ahead.
Distraction is good.
Oh, well, it seems that Villanova is going to be going on the voyage with Silent Death.
Do you think
Yay.
you can sink their ship? While it's here.
I thought I could do it earlier, and I'm very surprised it's still upright.
Well, now you have more time and resources, right?
Relatively. Although I am... I think they do too. I think it would be better just to unleash the plague on them.
No. 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 No.
As if I actually could.
Not you. I'm pointing at my Davis.
Yeah, which you can all see, and the Davis is just sitting there and puts his hands up. I could do that.
I know you could. No.
Do you ever get tired? I'm
Saying
talking
no.
to the Davis.
Since we can now.
Of?
Oh, this.
Yes, it's not easy having phenomenal cosmic power and an itty-bitty living space.
Wait, you could heal Tomas, couldn't you?
I think that's what Andreas
I
was
could.
talking about.
It's actually just going to help with the bandaging, but I probably could. Though, Andres is going to examine the wounds, and I'm guessing they don't look like they happened in battle.
They did not. You can also see, as you're kind of looking, the same kind of cross print in the hand that, Nanette had seen earlier, like the prophet cross in the hand. And you also see that there's bruises, like, around the wrist and around the neck as well.
This was not warfare. This was torture.
Yes. I don't currently have a deal that would allow me to heal him.
We could make one.
I know we could.
It's all right. I would not ask something like this of you. This is my burden to bear. And would you two leave us? I just think I want to spend some time with him.
I'm poring through my cards to actually see if I can do anything, which I don't think I can, so.
Well, I mean, you could always check his fate lines if you wanted to. I mean, that's something
True.
Gianni could do. If you wanted to try that.
One
Just
moment.
offering it. You don't have to.
Yeah, no, actually, that's a great idea. I will go ahead and take a lash and check his fate. And look at, yeah.
His lines are very, very thin. All the lines going into him are very, very thin. Which you have seen when, people are not doing well. Fate starts to kind of unravel around them because it's ending, So any threads that he has, you definitely see familiar relationship between him and Nanette. You definitely see, other threads of various kinds going off and everything, but they're all very, very, very thin. And getting dark in color. Usually they're very bright and very colorful, but they're kind of dark in color and very thin.
You look very concerned. Is everything all right?
I will say this. His fate is in a very precarious place. But I am trying to think what I can do to help, if you do not mind.
They wouldn't have poisoned him, would they?
I do not think so, but I do not know. That is not an area of my specialty. I look over at Andreas.
Poisons, no.
Would you... What actions is everybody going to take at this point, or strategizing rolls or anything like that, or knowledge rolls, or...
I'll make a knowledge roll for like medicinal overall.
Sure.
I can do wits plus scholarship.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do wits and scholarship, both of you.
Wow.
And just let me know how many you got.
Or with one extra if you'd like to buy it.
Okay.
5 raises here.
No. Okay. Right. Okay. So both of you did extremely well. So I assume both of you have probably seen this type of thing before. He has lost a lot of blood. He's very pale. That's like the biggest thing right now. And obviously the shock from all of the whipping and everything like that, and whatever else they have done, his body's kind of going into kind of a shutdown, kind of. You get to a certain point and you can't run anymore, and he's kind of at that point. So you can tell that he had bonds around his hands, around his throat, around his legs too, when you guys start looking through. And then of course all the whipping on the back. He even has slashes on the back of his legs that seems to have lost a lot of blood too.
I think I have to if you want to save him.
I can do one thing.
I will say that's not necessarily true. I mean, he does need attention, but it's not necessarily so dire. I'll just say that right now before... Not that I discourage you from going ahead and making deals. I'm just saying that's not necessarily a true assumption.
I said might. Please go ahead.
I can do one thing.
Please.
It's not direct, I will say. But it will tell us what we need to know. And I am going to spend 1 hero point to activate and change my own fate. And I'm going to take on the witch with intuitive for my arcana.
Okay.
I'm then going to spend a hero point, and I'm going to activate it. And I am now asking you, the DM, GM, storyteller of this game, as the person of fate over this scene and everything else, what it would take to heal him. And the book says that you must be generous.
I must be. Dang that book. No, just kidding. Okay, so
well, specifics are activate your virtue, and the GM to ask the GM a question. The answer must be honest and should be generous. For example, the qualifier, he should tell you and explain more fully.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, so you have options. There are options to say, but one, obviously, that you can see through the card that gives you this kind of intuitive knowledge, is you could use the Davis, but of course you would have to, make a deal of some kind, either you or somebody else, or Andreas would have to make another one, in order to do that. So that's one option that you intuit and see. The other is, he needs blood. Like, he needs to have, like, some kind of, the blood returned to his body so that his body can function. Right now, it's not getting enough blood everywhere. So he needs to have blood, and he needs to be, bandaged up so that he doesn't lose any more. So those are two options that you have. Third option, of course, would be, you can try, alerting somebody if you wanted to, see if somebody else would help him, or try to figure it out yourselves.
Within that, do I know his blood type? Or some place, or a reasonable place where I could get blood?
I mean,
obviously I don't know transfusions are a thing in this day and age.
Right.
I've read about procedures that are sort of like that. They're purely experimental, but he is a Porte mage, and we have a bond that way. Perhaps that will be enough. Although I don't think we have the supplies for it.
No, I would probably have to steal it. But essentially, based on what I'm understanding, it's mainly his blood. He has lost quite a bit. And that would lead me to believe that more than likely it is not poison. He is probably... But at the same time, we must do something. It is either going to need to be a deal, a transfusion of whatever, and then we could alert somebody. That's the other side of this.
Perhaps it may not be the worst idea to notify the Count's guards. They might have a doctor on staff. Somebody who is more knowledgeable than I.
There was somebody who took care of me when I was down in the who helped the initial cleanup of my wound when I was down in the prep area. I can't remember if they were the I have an idea. Stay here, both of you. I will walk out of the room, go to the guard, and say, "Is the physician who took care of me still on staff?"
The guard kind of, he looked like he was spacing out, and he looks and he says, "Yeah, I think so."
Would you mind sending for him and his kit? Something's not feeling right with my wound, and I want him to take a look at it.
He nods, and he calls to somebody who's down the hallway, and he says, "I'll have him sent to your room."
Do you know about how long that will take?
He's usually around. I mean, if he's sleeping, he sleeps on the premises near the arena, so 5-10 minutes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Just send him right to my room.
Mm-hmm. He nods. And then he kind of goes back to staring.
I go back in the room. I sent for the doctor.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a mirror in this room? I'm assuming so.
Yeah. There's mirrors.
Nanette's going to look at her reflection into one and kindly ask it for help as well.
The mirror?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. So, usually the voices in, the back of Nanette's head that she hears, sometimes. She's gotten quite skilled at pushing them into the back of her mind a lot. But now that you're fully focused and you're kind of looking at this mirror, the voices start to get louder. And at first, they kind of sound like, just unintelligible whispering, in the back. You can't tell, you think you hear several different languages. And some words you don't even know, in any language. And, they start to get louder and louder and louder. Anyone in the room, Nanette is looking at the mirror. How would Nanette be looking at the, is she getting right up to it and putting her hands on it? Is she kind of just standing in front of it? Is she
She'll walk up and stand in front of it, and by everybody else's account, it looks like it's just her reflection. And she's just talking to her reflection and staring very intently at her reflection.
So what Gianni and Andreas see is the mirror starts to change color. it starts to go from silver of the mirror to black and red, like swirling like around the mirror, just like a mirage that you might see in the desert or on the water. And it just gets very dark, and very dark red, like blood, and just black, like an inky blackness, and it just sort of waves through the mirror and starts to cover it all until the rest of the mirror is gone, and there's just this black and red.
Andreas looks at Davis and goes, "Friends of yours?"
Oh, them? And he just kind of,
Oh, that tells me you at least know them.
This is the space between.
Oh.
So the sounds of the room, whatever they were, start to, you start to not be able to hear them anymore because the whispering is getting louder and louder. And you start to hear the words start to make sense in Montaigne. And you start to hear, like, what do you wish of us? Come and ask us.
I will ask from here.
Closer.
Ninette's going to touch the mirror with her hand.
This, like, red and black sort of, like, kind of like if you ever saw The Matrix when Neo, like, kind of took the pill and it kind of, like, went all over and kind of took over his skin and stuff like that. Yeah, that's what starts to happen to Ninette's arm. And now you're not even seeing the mirror or the room anymore. What you're seeing is the red and black Ninette. And that's it.
Ninette, you better tell me if I need to step in. I'm getting worried.
I think I still have it. And she's trying not to look too closely into the mirror itself and look around it, or at least where the mirror was. I need to know how to make my brother better. Please.
Grace starts shifting closer.
Bring him to us.
You cannot have him. He is
Real quick above
mine.
the table. Real quick above the table. Do we hear what they are saying?
You don't hear this.
Okay, just want to confirm.
I mean, it's basically like this cold wind in the room, and you can hear something, but it doesn't make any sense to you at all.
You cannot have him. Can you help him from here?
If you come with him, we will send him back.
Okay. You have your bargain. I'll be back. I think.
Yo, what? No, the doctor's on their way.
What are you serious?
This is.
I will say right now, I'd rather make a deal with my Davis than whatever that is.
It's.
Rather the devil
not...
we know than whatever that.
It is not that much different. Look, if Monsieur Dubois can do this, I think I can come back.
Well, then, if you're about to do this, then Mr. Andreas, you need to meet up with the doctor in the hall, because otherwise everything is about to fall apart. If they realize she is gone, we are done.
You can't.
So you can make a deal with the Davis. You can bring him into the space in between worlds, or you can wait for the doctor. Those are kind of the three options you're looking at right now, as far as I know. Unless some other stuff is on the table I don't know about. But we'll come back to that. So we're going to go back to Ace and Douglas. And you were headed to the compass.
Yeah, completely oblivious of anything that might be going on. She's probably just writing a contract. She's good at this stuff. She talks about it, kinda. So, yeah. Oh, nothing's going on. Yeah. So this bar is a lot cleaner than the one that we got rooms in because, well, this is where we were told Silent Death wanted to meet us. So we didn't stay here like a bunch of idiots, but it's a nice bar. Good food, good drink, pretty girls.
Still can't believe you met
You're
up
still
with
into
Silent
girls,
Death.
right?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
All right. Well, yeah. Well, right.
And you gave him that bloody bracer, too.
Are you really gonna bring that up right now? I mean, we already had the whole chat. We had 2 hours on the boat.
You bet
You
your
really
red-headed
gave him
ass
the bloody
wasn't bringing
bracer,
it up.
didn't you? Blah, blah, blah. I'd have never given him the bloody bracer. Well, yeah. Fuck you, Douglas. Come on.
I'll just remember that if we're hanging on for our bloody lives on the side of the ship as Silent Death is raining down a storm upon us.
Well, I promised your sister I wouldn't let her poor little boo-boo die, so here we go. It'll be fine.
Okay, so you get to the compass, and yeah, you look around, and she's actually, sitting outside. She looks like she's not working. If you're looking for Holly,
Okay.
she looks like she just. I mean, it's been a few hours. So she said she had gotten off like in a couple hours. So she's been off for a few hours, but she's like sitting outside. She looks like she's just like chilling out, kind of looks like she had like relaxed after work or something like that,
Fancy meeting you here, love. You're gonna think I'm... Yeah, this is like the 4th time I've showed up to talk to you today. I know that looks. I know how that looks. Doesn't look good. Can I talk to you for a second? I have another question for you.
Sure. I didn't expect to see you so soon.
This
After
is my friend.
Time. I
Cameron.
mean, you and then you just went off and
I don't know what the fuck I'm doing today. I apologize that you met me today. Maybe it's Tuesdays. I tell you, I fucking hate Tuesdays. It doesn't matter.
well,
It
it's
doesn't matter.
Wednesday now.
It is. It is. So I guess I haven't seen you 4 times today. Good morning. I do have a question for you. Oh, by the way, this is my friend Cameron. He's fine. Is your name Cameron Douglas or Douglas Cameron? I never remember.
Douglas Cameron. Jeez.
They're both last names and they're both first names. I don't know.
Well, that's not me fault. That's what my mom named me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yes. Okay. So, Holly, staying here, you were able to tell me about the other lad, and I know that you're not supposed to tell anybody about this, but I'm not going to tell anyone else. But, remember again that guy that I talked to earlier tonight, and we had a brief chat?
Yes.
Is the rest of his crew here?
Oh, well, most of them left. They've
They
already
already left. Okay. I just want to know, was there a guy about yay high, Montaigne, handsome, I guess? Was he here at all?
Oh, you mean Monsieur Dubois?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do, yeah. Oh, he's... Monsieur Dubois, what can I say? I cannot stay away.
Well, he was here, but he's not here anymore.
Did he happen to talk to you about, maybe where he's going, or they've gone back to the ship then?
They didn't say, but I assume so.
About how long ago did they leave?
Maybe an hour or two? Around midnight?
Alright. Well, Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. Thank you. You don't happen to know? I mean, you do. You clearly know Monsieur Dubois, as we all do. You know, I'm sure. Wink, wink. We all know Monsieur Dubois. Does he spend time anywhere else on the island when he's here?
Oh, you see him all over the place when he's on the island.
Yeah. I mean, does he spend time at any of the, I don't know, any of the houses? You know?
Well, one time he said it wouldn't be fair if he stayed in one place. I don't know what he means by that, but that's what he said.
Oh, I have an idea. But, that's beside the point. Okay. You know, you've continued to be quite lovely. I do hope that I get to spend some quiet time on Labuka someday, and maybe we can spend a little time together. Today is not that day, though. I am quite sorry.
Okay. I mean, I'm glad I could help.
You helped a lot. You helped a lot. Sorry about that kiss earlier. That was I was a little drunk, and I should have not probably just grabbed you like that and just, that's probably rude.
Well, I'm not sorry about it. And Douglas is next to you like...
Yep, Ace blushes. And, well...
Douglas nudges you forward a little bit, like with his elbow.
Well...
Sorry, it has a mind of its own.
Yep. So,
I'll just be over here. Just be standing over here. Not looking at anything.
He's the worst wingman in, like, the history of wingmen. Anyway, yeah. Maybe later. If I'm still here tomorrow. Yeah, thank you. And I start to kind of, like, withdraw and leave awkwardly. Fuck it. And I turn around and I kiss her for a little bit, and then I leave.
Awesome.
Later.
There used to be like a couple people in like the looking over at the compass and like raise some glasses and stuff inside, because it's kind of open.
Oh, nice, great. Yeah. And then we're gonna go looking for the whisper.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So you're off doing that. Meanwhile, back in the room, we are making decisions.
Look, if you're about to send him in there, then you send me to carry him. You have to stay in the room.
No, I'm the only one that can go in there, because I believe I can come back. Trust me.
Okay,
And if you don't trust me, trust that I really want the 1.6 million guilders, and I will come back for that. But when Tomas comes out, you must keep him safe. He might be my only way out.
Then I have to do at least this for you. And I am going to, very forcefully, to some extent, not being a jerk, but basically reach out, before, in the moment, grab your hand, kiss it, and I am conveying a bonus to you using Sorte, and you're going to have a plus, I think at this point I have 3 lashes. You'll have a +3 on one test that you'll be able to pull in. And I'll explain, I'll back up like, I'm not trying to be forward. And it's not like I have a crush on you or anything like that.
No, it's all right. It was fine. It's much nicer than...
It's magic, okay?
He kissed me before I went to battle and did the same thing.
Yes, it's
right.
very embarrassing, and I hate having to do it.
Can we not kiss anyone else? I've been kissed enough for one day. I'm just going to...
He kissed you?
He kissed you?
Don't worry about it. Would you just help me put my
Is he
brother on my
note?
back so I can go into the screaming
Wait, is
portal?
he?
Okay, good, whatever.
Yes.
You in the hallway, I'll stay in the room and be bored, and you go through the screaming portal into the vortex of doom.
It's a terrible idea, but
Yes,
you know,
it is.
this is fine. This is fine. My brother would do the same for me. Probably.
Probably.
But
Okay,
brother,
so
I'll. Oh God. I step out into the room, or out into the hallway, to get to the doctor.
okay, all right. So Nanette, are you gonna grab your brother then?
Yep, load him onto my back, and, he's really small, I guess.
He's
And
not heavy,
not-
he's
he-
your brother.
Very heavy.
He's not
Yeah.
super heavy, and
John, I hate you.
walk into the mirror.
Okay. All right. So, Gianni, you're in the room, I assume. Watching
I am.
this. Andreas has gone out into the hallway to
God.
stab off the doctor. Yes, there we go. All right. So Johnny in the room, you see, Nanette has her brother, and the mirror, of course. I mean, it's a full-length mirror that you're looking at. And much like she goes to step forward, and it's like the material in the mirror reaches forward to like embrace her almost, and her brother, as she steps like into it and disappears into the mirror.
The contract's almost done. You should have enough to work with just in case.
Yeah. So, Gianni, are you going to do anything? Now, you're alone in the room now. So let's start with that and see what Gianni is going to take a position somewhere, go out in the hallway.
I think I'm gonna just wait here, hide if I know anybody's about to come in. Ooh. I am actually going to watch Nanette's fate lines as she goes into the portal.
Okay. So you see her fate line looks, what you've seen before. There's some relationship, family threads. There's some fate threads. There's there's a thread that's like tied to you all. And you just see all the normal stuff. When she steps into the portal and it embraces her, all of her fate threads turn blood red, and they kind of look like tendons coming out and spreading out from the mirror.
Okay, I never want to see that again. Well, it was nice
That's what you
almost
see.
having friends.
Almost having friends. Andreas, meanwhile, you are out in the hallway, and a couple minutes go by, and you see, the doctor you had seen before that treated you down in the arena, or the medic, or whoever. You don't even know if he has an official title, just, the injury person. Starts coming down the hallway, and he sees you, kind of gets this questioning look on his face, sees you standing out in the hallway. And he starts walking towards you with purpose. He's got a, leather bag satchel with him.
I apologize. Apparently I was disturbing my neighbor, because the walls are thin. That's why I stepped out here so that she could sleep. So it's hurting quite a lot, and it's making it so I can't sleep very well. And I was wondering if you had anything for that.
Says, let me look at it. And he'll, go to take a look at it.
I show him the bandaged arm.
Okay. Unless they just come off. I'd expect these to,
Don't unravel it. They did very well. I just need something for the pain.
I mean, I can rewrap it for you. I mean, it might make it a little bit easier if I wrap it a little bit tighter. Now, don't forget, you had the Davis.
No, it's a perfectly good arm right now. That's why I'm trying to not let him unwrap it. Oh no, I am very aware.
Okay. So he's kind of looking at you. He's still kind of got your arm and is looking at you like, you don't want me to rewrap it?
No, just something for the pain so I can sleep. I can take a look at it more in the morning. I am very exhausted.
Okay. Go ahead and do wits and convince.
Oh, good. That's actually a really good pull for me.
Yeah. You don't need much. Just, like 2 raises, one to, tell him this and one, to avoid any consequences. Like him not believing you or getting suspicious.
1, 2, 3, and 1 extra.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. So he says, all right, if you say so. And he pulls out like a pack of herbs and he's like, put this in some water and take it and it should help.
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I do apologize for getting you up so late.
It's all right. After these fights, I'm used to it.
All right.
Rolled weary sigh, and he turns around.
I do hope that you have a restful rest of the night.
Yeah. He walks off down the hallway. All right.
I go back in the room.
Yeah, Gianni's sitting, or yeah, I assume Gianni's just when Andreas comes back in.
In there now?
Yes.
Huh.
I don't think I'm going to be much use to you otherwise. I should probably leave. Unless you want me to stay.
I think the best thing you could possibly do right now is try to track down Dubois or slow down the Whisper or anything at this point.
Very well. And I'll make my way back out of the mansion and leave.
Sweet.
Okay. Andreas is going to actually, after Gianni leaves to keep himself awake, he's actually going to start going over the contract, kind of refreshing himself from his old business classes that he was in before he became a duelist, and starting to read over and seeing like potentially copying them over cleanly if there's any like scratches, like rethought this thought or anything like that nature. Look, you were exhausted.
No,
how dare you?
You walked into a mirror last, so you don't get to say anything.
It's been a long day, okay?
Look.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, you're doing that, and your Davis is sitting like on the edge of the desk, like sitting up, legs crossed, and watching the mirror with a really interesting smile on their face.
What do you want?
I could help your friend.
Which one? I need you to be more specific. Can you help Ace? Oh, Nanette.
Well, I can help all of them, of course.
Of course you can. I mean, at this point, you're going to have to offer me something decent for me to even consider it.
You will offer you something decent.
You brought it up so that... No. You brought it up this time. Therefore, I'm the one in the driver's seat. What are you even going to offer?
Well, I can make sure your friend gets out of there safely with her brother. I can make sure your your little friends there can find what they're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Of course, I know you can. But Nanette did ask for us to trust her. And I feel like it's a little bit bad for, and kind of might not help her on her personal journey of growth that she's going through if I were to use the power that she asked me not to help her right now. So, while this is an interesting dynamic of our relationship right now, of me actually being in control, I will politely decline and ask for you to please remain silent while I look over this. It's been 12 years since I've had a business class, and I'm doing my best.
Well, fine, but don't blame me if your friend comes back turned inside out.
Wait, how do you know that she'd be turned inside out? And I'm finally okay if we cut right there.
Yeah. Yeah, so what I was going to say was, yeah, you can continue with yeah, yeah, so you can say that and we will move on. You're going to find the Whisper Ace. That's what we're
Yeah.
doing with
Yep.
Douglas. Okay.
Yep.
How are you attempting to do that? What's your method? You're just kind of going to go to the docks and look around. You're going to ask
I
around.
have the
Ooh.
keenest eyes in all of the seven seas. I
Okay.
believe I can find a bloody ship the size of the Whisper in a dock.
Uh-huh. So I'm gonna assume she's gonna try to get up to like a vantage point of some kind.
Yeah, I'm gonna Spider-Man up to the top of a tavern, and I'm just gonna look around. No, yeah, I'm gonna kind of head. My thought was make.
Johnny's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, I was going to make my way to the pier or to the docks and see if I couldn't see it.
Okay.
And just to kind of like, I'm not stupid enough at the moment and not drunk enough to get back or try to get on the boat. But I'm not Johnny. But I at least want to keep an eye on it and see if I can run into that goddamned door wizard.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah. So you go down to the docks. It is early morning hours, so people around are either just heading home after a long night, or leaning against buildings, singing body songs and all this stuff, trying to like use whatever they can find to hold themselves up, that sort of thing. But then you've also got like the sailors like on the ships that are actually docked, which are all, I mean, just like at the arena, these ships are all like a wide variety of different types of ships. You see, Vestan ships, you see a Usuran ship, you see a Castilian ship, you see, I mean, all these different types of ships. And a lot of them look like they might even have, bits and pieces from other ships. These are obviously like ships that have been put together and put to use for certain purposes. And you do see like people on them, doing early morning, night shift, up, tying ropes, all that sort of thing. Go ahead and take a look and let's see. We're going to be doing notice. And yeah, I mean, I think that would be wits, pretty sure. Wits and notice, and you can use anything you have for eyesight, which I know at any advantages.
All right, that's not bad. And I have 4 in notice, so sets of 15 equal 2. I did roll 3 10s right off the bat. Yep.
Okay.
So, just a second. Math. So yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8. 8
Wow.
raises.
Nice. Okay.
That's
So
all
the
I can
first
do,
thing you
guys.
notice, the first thing you notice is you do see the whisper. That's the first thing. You see the whisper way down at the end of the dock. You know, it's not very well lit down there, but you know you recognize the profile. And the second thing you notice is that it has been repaired. There's obviously been some repair work done to it. You know, it just of various kinds. And the other thing you notice is that you don't see too many people like on the decks and stuff.
Okay.
Which if they're planning to leave with the morning tide, you would kind of expect that they would
Sure.
be a couple hours out from leaving, that they would be
Might be
getting
doing
ready.
something, but
Might be
fuck
doing
all,
something. You do see the sixth thing you notice is you do see people going on to the Whisper from the docks. You recognize some profiles from the arena. I mean, the
Okay.
hat is kind of unmistakable in silhouette for sure. So you at least recognize that. The seventh thing you note is that they are also loading things on board the ship. You're not quite sure, like, I mean, you would expect to see people loading things on the ship, but you can't quite make out how these things are going on the ship. But you see, crates and things being brought up. A lot of ships, they'll have right above the water line or above the water line well enough, they'll have like a hatch that they put down. They put a ramp, and then that's how they like load the cargo hold sometimes. But they also have ones from the top as well. This time they're kind of loading the side of it, but you don't really see any, like, a lot of people pushing them or anything. Like, it's very weird. And
Like stuff is going on the boat by itself.
yeah, that's kind of what it looks like to you.
Fucking magicians. I fucking hate this shit. Okay, next.
And the eighth thing you notice is that there aren't a lot of ships around the Whisper.
All right.
It's kind of in a dock on its own. That's what you see.
Okay. I am. Fuck. So there's not a lot of people there. Did I happen to see Dubois get on the boat?
You did not.
Good. Okay. We'll start there. Not that he needs to walk on the damn thing. And I say this to camera, and I really need Gianni. That's who I need. But I sent him to the Count's. Oh, you got a danger point, Danny.
Sweet.
Do you see those crates moving? Like by themselves, right?
I can't see anyone.
Yeah, I can't either. Fuck. Piss. Shit. Douglas, should I do something really, really stupid?
Will
Tell me
anything
no.
I say stop you?
Maybe. Depends on what you say.
Well, it depends
Give
on
me-
what
give
stupid
me a
thing
re-
you're gonna do. You're not going on there, aren't you? Because that's not stupid. That's suicidal.
I'm really considering. Oh, fuck. I was gonna. If I can get up in the rigging, I could do some damage. Tell me I shouldn't do it. Come on, give me reasons. Give me good ones. Come
You
on.
could die. You could get caught, and then worse could happen to you.
I mean, everybody's pretty pissed at me right now. I mean, this could be a peace offering.
Silent death could lightning your ass into the ocean.
I mean, that does suck.
I can keep going.
Will you help me get on the damn boat? We'll wait here a minute. I'll give it a little time and keep an eye on it. See if we can't find the door wizard.
Well, at least we're staving off death for a few minutes. Okay. All right. So we'll leave y'all there. Meanwhile, in the space between. Okay. So the first thing you notice is that it is freezing. It is freezing cold in here. And with your eyes closed, of course, you cannot see anything. The only warmth that you have is Thomas's body on your back. So you can feel, the warmth of his body on your back. And the cold is such that it feels like it's not like an all-encompassing cold. Like the cold is like around you, like cold wind if you were standing outside in winter. It's almost like you have a thin layer of ice all over your skin that's just freezing cold. And you feel like pressure every once in a while on different places, like around your neck and on your head, like pushing. And every time it pushes, the cold like shoots through your body.
Yep, this is even worse than she remembers it, and you said you would fix Thomas? Thomas, please. I've stepped in.
We can. You've made the first step.
What comes after?
What are you willing to leave behind to save your brother? How much do you love him?
I have tasted many fine things in my life. I think I've tasted enough. You may have that.
Your
But
mouth
you will let us both leave.
shoots open like this, and you feel the ice go in your mouth and enclose around your tongue, and it just goes absolutely numb. You feel nothing there anymore. And the screaming gets louder, and you realize it's coming from your brother behind you, and you feel the warmth radiate more from his body. But you hear his screaming, like, right in your ear. And then, the screaming dies down. And, it's still all dark. Your mouth is just numb with, pain that's quickly going away, but there's nothing there anymore. You ever go to the dentist and have them do and it's kind of like that, like on your tongue and your mouth.
At least I'll be a cheap date.
And you hear next to your ear, Nene. And it's Thomas's voice.
It's all right, Thomas. Keep your eyes closed.
What's going on?
Keep them closed. I'll get us out.
Okay, you're gonna try
Promise.
to come back out the mirror?
I'm gonna try to come back out somewhere.
All right. what are you latching onto?
Well,
Did you leave something
there's 3
behind?
blood marks. One is on my back. One's on the pot of gold, and another one's on a skeezy door wizard. Let's find out where we go.
Door wizard, skizzy door wizard, skizzy door wizard.
Danny, would you prefer to roll this, or should I? I don't even know how it's gonna go.
All right. So we have 3 options. We have 3 options here. Okay. So I have a 10-sided die here. So 1, 2, and 3. We'll go ahead and say that's going to be, well, we'll say 1. I've got it. Okay. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I think the odds are no longer straight even on this.
Okay. All right. So you lash just for the record.
Oh, yeah, I honestly couldn't have expected anything else. Let's go.
All right. So you latch onto a mark, the first one that you can grab a hold of, and you start going, pulling and coming through, and finally you start to feel the cold start to thin out a bit, and like it's thin, and you can kind of feel like in front of you that it's starting, like you can feel it kind of give in your hand as you're following your mark, and eventually you kind of push through. And for a moment, the screaming gets louder and louder and louder. And you stumble out into bright light. Well, not incredibly bright light, but bright light. Lamps, lanterns. And you're in a room. And on the bed is Dubois asleep in the bed.
He slept through all of that? Piss. Oh, okay. Tamara, are you feeling okay? And she whispers over her shoulder.
What's going on? You kind of feel his head start to move. Like around. Okay.
You gonna be okay? How do you feel?
I think so. And he kind of like, you feel like trying to, like, okay.
I'm going to set you down now. Be very quiet.
Okay. So, from the bed, without even moving, still laying on the bed, you just hear, to what do I owe this unexpected pleasure, Mademoiselle Parvert?
What
And
can
we're
I
going to
say?
end right there, and we're going to go back to Gianni and Andreas.
And Gianni has left. It's just Andreas and a.
Oh, it's Andreas. Okay, let's go. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to Gianni then, because I think Gianni's next. And that's right. So we're going to go to Gianni. You're going to go out and head. And where is Gianni going? What's his goal?
Oh, at this point, okay. Find the whisper, slow it down. Find the whisper, slow it down. Find the whisper. I'm kind of doing this little mantra as I am walking along, and dodging, guards or whatever else on my way to make my way down to the docks. Let's go. Stop the whisker. No, whisper.
Sweet. Okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, Gianni has been through the Count's house like quite a few times, so you're pretty skilled at getting out of there by now. So yeah, you get out of there, and start heading down to the docks. Once you get to the docks, what's Gianni's approach going to be?
Do I see just anybody randomly walking along?
Oh, I'm sure there's somebody walking along, just like I described to Ace, just drunk and singing, and I mean, it's early morning, and you see the sailors on the ships, getting ready, and on the night shift and stuff like that. So there are people around, not a ton, but definitely options.
Excuse me, pardon. I'm looking for the Whisper. I understand they are loading up soon. I have something for them. Could you point me in their direction?
Is he anywhere? Can I see him?
How stealthy is Gianni being right now?
Not at all. It's not required yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then Ace, you're like, you see Gianni talking to this drunk dude who can barely stand up.
Gianni, Gianni!
Oh, hey.
Gianni! Come here! Hop up!
Okay. What's going on, Dave? Why are you here?
I need you! I need you! You are my favorite! You are my favorite person in the world right now! Yes! Good, you found me! I don't know how you did it. Did you tell them everything I told you to tell them?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, well, you remember Douglas, right?
Hello.
So, that's the Whisper. Right there. And I point at it.
Oh, perfect.
The guy you were talking to, like when he was looking around, got turned, and now he's going the other way from where he was going originally. But
doing
anyway.
a full scarecrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Like, literally, I could kiss you, but I won't. I've done that too many times today. So, let's go, can you get on that boat and, like, slash the rigging and shit?
Of course. I was actually coming here to do something very similar. I should update you first before it slips my mind. So,
okay.
I told them everything that was going on. I was very upset with a few things. We got a little bit sidetracked, but I'm pretty sure all the message was there. But in the meantime, suddenly out of a portal in the room came Nanette's brother. I didn't even know she had a brother.
I didn't know she had a... Have you ever, like, sat and talked to her very much?
Not really.
Yeah, me neither.
I don't have any brothers or sisters, just so you know.
I don't either. Well, I do. Well, I do. I didn't grow up with what? Never mind. Go on.
So, and I have not had anything to drink. Otherwise, I think I'd be a little bit better together this evening. It's been a very long day. So, her brother showed up. He looks like he was probably tortured by the church or somebody else. Quite frankly, nearly on death's doorstep.
What did you just say? What?
He was tortured.
You don't have to sound so glib about it.
I'm not trying to sound glib. I'm trying to get this all out so that I do not forget.
Well, finish. I'll ask questions later.
So, but his hands had marks of a cross. He had been bound and he had been whipped. Quite a bit of blood lost. We did what we could on our end. This is where it gets very weird. Nanette opened the portal. I can't even call it the portal. She went and talked to a mirror and made a deal with the mirror to save her brother.
You mean the Davis? He talked to Andreas, his little friend.
This is not nothing like that. This is something else. I don't know. I'm finding out many things about this things that other countries' magicians can do, and I'm not very.
Come on, spit it out.
Okay.
Tell me when she came back.
She hasn't come back yet. But she said, she asked me to trust her, and she and her brother went into the portal. She says that she will be back. It's all a very big mess. Andreas is going to be there still. He has the contract, and he asked me to go and now slow down the Whisper.
Okay. Well, I don't like any of this. I'll just be honest.
No, but it's her brother. I think you can understand
No,
now, maybe.
I can understand. I can understand. Uh, she went into a mirror. Okay, first things first. Can you get on the ship?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Can you get me on the ship?
That'd be much harder.
Okay. Well, I'm at least going to go with you for a pace. She went into a mirror. You let her go into a bloody fucking mirror.
It was her brother, and she asked me to trust her.
I thought you'd all be safe in that forsaken house. Oh,
There is nothing safe about that house, quite frankly. I've. It's like going from the skillet to the pot. Yeah, either way, everybody's getting cooked.
okay, okay, okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She can handle her own goddamn shit. It's fine. I clearly can't handle my shit, so she can handle hers. And let's get on this goddamn boat so it can't leave in the morning. Get on the boat.
Okay, I get on the boat. I go do the thing. I go make the sabotage. My character actually, he's like, okay, something's going on here. Is there a psychology roll or something to see what exactly is happening with Ace? I mean,
There's empathy.
Yeah, there's definitely empathy.
Is that at all opposed? Is there something?
Yeah, I mean, if she's trying to hide, you can definitely oppose.
I mean, I don't know what you're looking for, so who knows?
Yeah.
Ace is
I
a
just
good
want to be
fly.
empathetic. So I have a dice pool for my empathy of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
you can use your wits and empathy to go ahead and what you're trying to suss out, like what Ace is feeling.
yeah, essentially,
is
I'm just
that
like,
what
what
you're
is
trying to
going
suss
on?
out? Like what's behind her little, frustration and everything, other than the obvious. Okay.
It's not
Yeah,
obvious
and you
to
can oppose
Gianni.
that if you like Ace to try to,
No, it's fine.
be
Whatever.
close. No, I
Just
mean,
because he can't figure it out, it's fine.
One
I'll
raise.
be honest.
You got one.
1.
So give him one
And
little
1 dice
piece
left
of
over.
Ace. Give him one little thing that he might pick up.
Why I'm mad about which part?
He literally just wants to know why everybody is so upset. Because everybody's been in a bad mood this evening.
Okay, a 1 raise prickle tickle will get you. I'm gonna use it until the day I die, so just get used to it. Everybody. You are picking up that there's some feelings that she's not comfortable with
There's some deeper emotion there.
for Nanette. Damn it. And she's in a fucking mirror. Ace will cuss about that the entire way to the ship.
Okay. It'll be okay.
What? What are you talking about? Let's just go.
Okay,
Let's go.
let's go.
All right. I'm going to leave you all there for just a second. And we're going to go back to Andreas.
So,
So you're
the
sitting
party
there
of
in
the
the
first part and the party of the second part. What?
the David has been sitting there. And he says, the Davis says, I don't think you need to worry about your friend anymore.
Are you from there?
Where are you even from?
Yes, I know I met you in the forest, but Are they safe?
Well, that depends.
No, this is not worth it.
It's not worth knowing if your friends are safe. One little favor.
Annette is strong. She'll be fine.
Suit yourself.
Um, and he just takes the contract and like pushes it just pushes it aside, definitely mussing it more than he should. Where it was probably much cleaner, it's now a little wrinkled. As he's been stress over gripping the pages and like trying to read through it and trying to remember what he was taught, and like overhearing and is just like trying to think through this, and like at the same time being very distracted.
Yeah, the Davis just starts, you're doing that, and the Davis just starts, like, humming, really. Some sort of weird tune you've never really heard before.
What do you want?
Nothing. You didn't want anything from me. I'm just sitting here. Though I wouldn't recommend that you hold your breath waiting for your friend to come back anytime soon.
I'm not dumb. I don't know how long things take. I'm not a stupid door mage. I made a deal with you, multiple at this point.
I'm just trying to be helpful. You're the one that's stubborn about the whole thing.
What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say when they come in? She's not here. It's gonna look like she's escaped. This is worse. This is so much worse. We are so screwed. We are so screwed. We can do we do the oh crap. You know what? They said there was a bath down there. A soak will help. Just gotta go soak. Help me think. Yeah, that's it. That's it. But if she comes back through the mirror, fuck! I hate being powerless right now.
I get the sense you're stressed out.
No shit.
Humans are funny that way.
Yeah. Look, Gianni is gonna do his thing. He's gotten in and out of this building so many times it's not funny. That I'm not worried about. But that was weird. And I deal with you on a regular basis. And I've seen a gauntlet shoot lightning. Or is it Bracer? I don't know. Bracer. Hell, I've seen an entire village covered in shadow, and those shadows killing people. But this is insane.
And you think a bath will help?
I think I just need to do something that's not just listening to you trying to convince me to try to make a new deal with you.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll leave Andreas there debating his choices in life. And we will go back to Nanette and Thomas and the room. And like I said, he had not gotten up or even opened his eyes, but he said that. And then he says, Sherry, would you please pass me my clothes? Unless, of course, you want me to get up the way I am.
A moment. Where are we?
You're in my room.
Still in Labuka, right?
Well, and we'll end it right there. And we will take a break for 10 minutes. And so please come back and join us. In 10 minutes, we will take a break. gonna let me describe it. Literally. I'm like, she's never gonna
Whoop,
do it.
hold on.
She's
I'm
never
sorry,
gonna
guys.
do it.
10 seconds.
I hit a button wrong, and we are back.
We're back.
Oh,
What? Oh,
We're
Hi.
live.
Hi.
sorry.
Sorry, everyone.
Oh yeah, that was
We
unexpected.
were technically
Oopsie.
10 seconds back until being back, but we came back 10 seconds early.
Sweet. All right. Well, welcome back. Pardon. I was getting sustenance.
She was mid-chew, everybody. And we were mid, giving each other the tea about some shit. Glad you didn't hear none of that.
Yeah, a lot of behind the scenes stuff
That's
going
our-
on there.
That's our private behind-the-scenes stuff that you have to turn down.
Extra content.
It gets real wild back here, y'all.
Honestly, you have no idea.
Word. So, yeah. So, let's go ahead and get back to it if everybody is ready.
Olive,
So,
don't
so
do the
Dubois says, "Well, I couldn't possibly answer such a question without my clothes."
She tosses
Well,
his
I
pants at his head.
could, but I get the sense you don't want me to.
Not. Perhaps another day we can have more colorful language. For now, I am not doing great, so please be forthcoming.
Oh, god damn it. You said the C word. I don't care if it was part of another word.
Sorry.
Well, he sits up, and there's like he has some lanterns going around the room, but there's another one that's like next to the bed, and he turns it on, and now he's sitting up and looking at you. And who is this?
This is my brother, Thomas. Thomas Olivier Dubois. Anyway, now that introductions are out of the way, again, where are we?
Well, you are on Labuka, if that makes you feel better, Cherie.
Does, yes.
But I don't think you're gonna like the rest of my answer.
This is the whisper, isn't it? Is
I
it?
knew you were a clever girl.
Piss. It's fine. Alright, could be worse. Could be worse. Here are your pants.
Thank you.
Please.
They're nice pants. I mean, they're well made.
Yeah.
Just by
Yes,
the way,
she
this side.
were she in a position to admire the cut and quality of the fabric, she probably does. She's just like, oh, this is nice. But tosses them at his head. Would you kindly put those on and let's make a deal?
Usually they come off forcefully, not thrown at me to put them on.
Really, really short temper right now. Please, monsieur.
Fine. He pulls the pants and he actually puts them on under the covers, and then gets up. So I mean that's all he's wearing. He doesn't have shoes, shirt, anything like that. It's just his pants. Now I'll be interested to know what you plan to do from here. Interesting problem you have. And he picks up a glass from the side table of wine that's like half finished. It's got some lipstick on it, but he doesn't seem to care.
This was not as planned at all, but
You don't say.
I believe you have something that I would like.
Oh?
And unfortunately, I don't believe it is on you. Where's the map?
Well, you can certainly search me if you like.
Don't think that would help in this situation.
Fine, well, I don't have it.
Do you know the kinds of people that your acquaintance, business partner works with?
Of course. He like finishes the glass and pours another.
It's just gonna swipe it from his hand, chug it down, then give him back the empty glass. I recall it being better.
Would you like your own glass?
No. I would like to not be here. I would like the bloody map. I would like to preferably never see you again, if I can help it.
Well, getting out of here I could help you with. The map, I'm afraid not. The third, well, that's a shame.
It's your friends that did this to my brother. I'm really close to stabbing someone right now, and I'd rather it not be you. Or any one of Silent Death's crew. Why don't we just leave? And I will return the favor of letting us leave unharmed at a later date, I'm sure.
Really? That's intriguing.
I have nothing I can offer you right now.
Well, I don't think that's exactly true, but...
Right now. Not on the table.
Fine. That interests me. I'll help you. But I expect my favor when I ask for it.
If it is within reason, yes.
What would you consider in reason? I would be quick because Silent Death's crew is not exactly deaf.
I'm sure Monsieur will think of something. I'm not really in the best state to make a good deal with you right now.
Well,
but I will return your favor in kind.
I think we have a very interesting bridge to cross when we come to it.
That's a
now,
problem
where would you
for...
like to go?
Can you get my brother and I back to the docks at least?
The docks? I think I can handle that. And he gets up and he, puts his hand out, and the usual screaming and cold wind and blood and everything else. And Tomas is kind of like even more coming to now, and he's just like, what's happening? And he's just like looking around, really, really confused.
I grab Tomas's hand.
Yeah, he's like getting down now, like, getting up, because I assume you put him down, so he's like getting up now. We weren't here.
I'll explain it all when we are away from here. How are you feeling? Your hands are...
They're warm. He looks better.
They're not, like, horribly scarred, right?
There are scars, but they look old. Like they've been there a while at this point. But his colors come back, and he seems perfectly healthy otherwise.
She takes his hands and kisses them and just holds them real close.
Is that Olivier Dubois?
Yes. Don't ask too many questions.
Dubois grins and he says, "Oh, you've heard of me." Tomas smiles at him.
Don't you dare.
What? I heard that he can open his eyes and
Just please hold on to me.
And
Close your eyes.
he holds your hand, and Dubois holds out his hand.
Just gonna do a little daisy chain of trust.
Yeah, so you step into the portal. It is much the freezing cold on your skin, much the same as before, and you feel the pressing on your skin, and you hear the voices as you're walking. I mean, the only warm things in there are Dubois' hand and Thomas's hand. At all. And you hear the voices, and they're saying, "Open your eyes. I can show you everything you want, Nanette.
You've taken enough today.
Don't you want to sneak a peek?"
No. Monsieur Dubois, can you please hurry?
So let's go ahead and do a roll for Nanette. Let's see how she's doing in this portal at this time. Resolve. This will definitely be resolve. And convince, probably. Not that, but she's trying to, it's the best one I could look at. It's more like she's trying to, like, convince herself, like, like she's trying to, like, pep talk herself up, Give me at least 4 raises, please. 1 to keep your eyes closed, another to prevent, to actually get through the portal, and 2 more to prevent any unintended consequences.
Cool. Tight. I might need to use some of those sweet.
And you did not taste that wine, by the way, that you grabbed from Dubois at all.
But it still hits.
Still hits, yes.
I'm gonna use some of the generous rolls.
Just got another one.
Oh, thanks, friends.
And we have 2 rerolls, by the way.
It is 3 raises.
It's 3. It's 3. All right. So, at some point, you feel like Dubois' hand move forward, and you first through, and you feel like going through the veil is normal, like it did before, and so you're feeling like you're ending your trip, and you hear before, every you're through, you hear the voices go, "You'll be back. You'll be back to see us." And then the portal closes. And as soon as it closes, you feel a searing pain in your leg.
Oh,
it lasts for a couple seconds, and then it goes away.
I'm gonna, I guess, open my eyes to check to make sure it's still there.
Check what? Your leg?
Okay.
Okay. So, well, first of all, you're in a room. It looks like a feminine type room. Bedposts, curtains around the bed, dresses and stuff like that everywhere. All of that sort of stuff. A vanity with bottles and makeup and stuff on it. You look down at your leg, and what you see is a red mark that looks like frostbite. But it doesn't, and it looks like not quite a human hand. It has 6 fingers, and it's just like incredibly thin, and ends up coming into like spider branches across your leg, like up your leg, up your calf, essentially.
Piss. And she's probably like at her. She's just gonna start crying. Just doesn't matter who's around, as long as Tomas is here, right behind her. She's just gonna,
Yeah,
just yeah, absolute breakdown. Like, just gonna
Thomas
stop.
goes to hug you, from behind, and he's like, shh, it's okay, Nanette. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. And Dubois actually, he's standing there and he reaches down and he actually, hands you like a little, like it's a little vial like this and stuff. And he says, this will help, should he?
Here, you can have your ring back. And she's like dripping snot.
He says, why don't you keep it? I have plenty others.
Okay. Thanks, that's really nice.
So, Dubois is gonna pat your hand too.
I'm sorry.
Sitting there for a few minutes.
It's been a really long day, and probably lost all of our money, and my parents are probably dead, and everything is awful.
He says, take some of this. It'll help, trust me. I promise. You still have a favor you owe me. I wouldn't hurt you now.
Fuck it.
It actually does, as soon as you take it, does make you feel a little bit better. Calmer. You're still kind of freaking out, but you can at least, like, take control of yourself a bit. Like your heart kind of slows down a little, your breathing starts to slow down a little.
Thank you. It's really the nicest thing anyone's done today, and I'm really sorry that this is happening right now.
You poor thing. What else happened?
Oh. They think we're working with you, and I don't think we're gonna get the money or the ship, and I really just you should probably go back to Silent Death. I'm sorry.
He goes over to the table and he pours like a drink. There's some like liquor and stuff, and he pours himself a drink and he takes some of it. And with that, we will go back to Ace and Gianni, I think, and then we'll go to Andreas. So, all right, you guys are about to head on to the Whisper. Try to do some damage, huh?
Well, here, Johnny.
Yes.
You've been inside the ship before, right?
Yes, I guess I have.
Can you be like super sneaky and see if you can't perhaps find, I don't know, a map?
Hey.
Wait, understand this. I'm not telling you to do this. We really are going to need that map though, and I really don't want him to have it. Okay, we have to try to fix this a little bit, make it a little easier on the other two, right? Sorry I've roped you into making atonement for my sins, but can you do this?
Yes, of course. I mean, quite frankly, this is going to be not too hard. But at the same time, what? I have a new toy. That's the best way I can put it.
Oh yeah, I do too. Do you want to see? And I take out the dagger and I'm like, I think this can do some damage to the rigging and I don't know, maybe even the mast part of it.
Holy crap! Like, what would you?
You recognize that from Kara O'Connell's office for sure, and that it was some kind of Serenith artifact.
She let me just take it off the ship. I have no idea why. I wouldn't trust me with this, but I'm gonna do good. I'm gonna do good. It's not going anywhere, and I tuck it safely.
Okay. So I have a. Let's say it. It makes more sense just to say it. I have a ring that turns into an insect that I can put my consciousness into, and then I can fly onto the ship and look around. There we go. That's very easy to say. Okay, maybe not so easy.
I understood all of those words. Don't think I'm stupid. I just didn't expect them to come in that order. So, well, you know, if that works, so you're saying you could look around as an insect and then perhaps go in and take the map?
I think I might even have a better idea.
Hey, I know we're not supposed to talk about it, and I'm sorry. I won't say anything out loud, and I'm not going to use any big words. Can you use your, you know?
Well, we could use the words. Nobody's around.
Can you use your sight or whatever it is?
Oh, to do what? Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Good, because you didn't use. Did you tell? Wait, above the table. Did you tell me that Villanova's going to be on this boat?
Yeah, I mean, well, he overheard that from the
I don't know if
guards.
he told me.
Did
you tell me that, Sean?
I haven't told you that yet.
Okay, well, then I'm not going to act like I am worried about you using it around him, so. But Roxanne is looking at you through the camera.
I actually have an idea, but we must find someplace safe for you.
Well, I was going to go stab the ship.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, why don't you fly? Why don't I give you the ring and you fly around and can follow me, and that way you would be much less hard to see.
Well, there is that.
But the thing is, it leaves your body behind, and you are completely at the mercy of anybody who finds it.
Doggy.
What? Now I'm a bloody literal bodyguard?
You
Well,
like
you just
my body. Shut up.
off into some weird magical artifact?
Yes. Is that okay? Okay, Douglas. Do you remember, like, 3 years ago, out on that beach in Castile, it was a lovely night, you and I.
All right.
Thank you.
You don't need to bring it up.
Appreciate it.
Fine. But we're even. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
We're even.
We're good. Okay. Oh, that's fine. It's fine. All right, give me this bug ring.
Okay, let me. I turn it in. To change back, you must find your body, land in your hand.
Okay, and like if something happens to this bug while I'm in it, does anything happen to me?
You might die. You might die anyway. I mean, come on.
Oh, you're right. What's new? Let's add another one to the another tally on the board. Oh, fuck it. It's all right.
That's the spirit. And I will. Yeah, I'll transform the
here.
ring for him.
Yeah. Like, let's go over here. Here, sit right here. It's like, this looks quiet. I can watch you from here. Can't believe I'm doing this.
Just put the bottle in the sand next to them. Make it look like they're contemplating the meaning of life.
Are we not still on top of the building? I don't remember if we got down or not.
Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, he's just gonna.
It doesn't matter to me. I just didn't know where we were.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. You can be. I mean, he's just gonna.
Are we
like,
on
find
top
you.
of a whorehouse?
You don't know. You're not sure where you are. You're on top
Okay.
of a building, but
Nope, that's
you
good.
know.
Yep, I sit there and I'm just like, all right, what do I do?
Yep.
Let's do
So-
it.
Yeah, Gianni, you can explain it. You know how it works.
I explain as well as I can. I mean, just. I mean, you saw the experience before and everything, so.
Yeah, rub the stone,
Yep.
and then
I have
you
to
know.
rub the stone.
Yep, put up a stone. I don't make the rules. Come on.
And your consciousness, all of a sudden, you're, you know, this big. Everything is huge. And you're seeing into the ultraviolet spectrum. You're seeing, like,
Oh,
colors you had never seen before. And, yeah, you know, you can move around and fly like a bee. And you know that your, the stinger, which is made of onyx, if you sting somebody with that, they will die. But much like a bee, when they sting, they die. You will die as well.
Oh,
so
shit.
it's a
Okay,
last
good.
it's a last ditch, you know, whatever. But you do know that that's a thing. Yeah, and if you know you get squashed or your body gets, you know, you're kind of up a creek. If you know the bee gets squashed or your body gets discovered and messed with.
Okay, well, don't fuck me, Danny.
All right, here we go.
We've played this game, right? You
I know, yeah, I'm just
Say,
like,
you're
okay,
gonna say
so...
that? And honestly, is Dubois worth the sting?
Oh, no. I have unfinished business, god damn it!
I can't die now. Okay, yeah. So Gianni, are you gonna? You see the little bee is now, you know, lifts off the hand and, you know, is there.
Can you understand me? Fly up and down twice if you can.
You can hear, yeah, for sure.
Excellent. So that sounds like a good way to communicate. Up and down twice for yes, up and down once for no. How's that sound?
Which is like,
I fly off. I start just like buzzing around your head.
Okay,
like
okay.
ping, ping. Okay.
I leap off the building, acrobatics, and let's go have an adventure on Silent Death's ship, which is perfectly
Woohoo!
doable.
That's
All right,
all that
then.
is happening in my head. This entire
Meanwhile, Andreas, you are debating with yourself, with
Yeah.
David, in your room.
At this point, I think Andreas has moved down to the bathing facilities and is like soaking and like has like a cloth over his face. And his ears are actually below the water line.
So he can't hear anything.
Yeah. Just like, okay, hot water. It feels good. We are relaxed. That was an amazing collection of oils and petals to put in the water. Was not expecting. Well, I don't know why I wasn't expecting that,
Yeah.
but that was very impressive.
The bathing facilities, because I haven't described them yet, Robert did tell you they were down the hallway. They are very much the Roman bath, open pool, warm water, steam rising on the tops with, yes, petals and oil and all of this stuff in the water. You're not quite sure how they keep it warm, but it is kept warm by some apparatus. And of course there are pillars and everything like that. beautiful montane design. The Count also has, pedestals of items from various places on display around the room. There's a little kind of bit of sand in the middle of this pool. It's huge, so that you can go and like lounge there. There's like a chaise lounge there in the middle um of the pool that you can just like walk up onto like the sand mound and like lay in it if you want to and stuff. So and it's like I said, it's warm water, steam, bath, tiled, beautiful tiled floor and sides and stuff to it.
Yeah, he's in a full float mode right now. He undid his bandage. It's over. It's ready to be reapplied. So he's just in full float mode. He's just like, okay, all right, this is better. Okay, okay. And he kind of gets up and he starts to like look at the different items.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of just.
There are items that have to do with water. Like there's like an old compass from a ship that's just kind of like on its own. It's one of those big,
The big hanging ones.
Yeah, yeah. And they have one of those there. And there's another that looks like, a beautiful bottle that held oil at some kind up on a pedestal. And there's like a story that, this was owned by this beautiful queen. This was a gift from a king who was trying to woo her hand, but her rival for the king's affection was jealous and he poisoned the oil. So when she used it, her skin burned and she died. And, so that's there. And there's all sorts of stuff like that around, all having a little story to it. But they all have to do with like water and bathing and things like that. It's themed.
You do this one? Seems like a very you move.
I only do what I'm asked to do.
Yeah, but
In a
it looks
sense.
like I was gonna say that definitely looks like it would start at least a civil war.
Oh, well, I could tell you the story if you're interested.
It's right here. I'm good.
Fine.
Uh,
But of course I could tell you things that aren't on that little plaque.
Of course you could. You always can.
Have you decided what to do about your friends?
Nope.
Has your bath helped you at all?
Nope. I mean, my muscles are more relaxed, but that's about it. Also, my skin is amazing. That's really good oil. Like, wow.
So
Like,
what are you going to do?
I am going to look to see where the oil is over here, and I am going to grab a bottle of that because you know what? Nanette hasn't gotten a chance to treat herself, and I'm making sure that if she doesn't get back, she gets to try this out.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look around, there is a cabinet,
Oh, he'll totally open up the cabinet and start going through it.
Yeah, servants, and there's a whole wide variety of oils in there. It isn't hard if you sniff them to find out which one.
Oh, he'll sniff.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you sniff until you find one. It's in a beautiful crystal bottle that has kind of a gold rose imprinted on it.
And he will kind of grab his stuff up, putting the bottle in the middle, not so much trying to like hide it, like it'll stick out a bit, but more making sure that if something like he trips, falls, or has to do something, it wouldn't like break.
Awesome. And then
kind of head back to his room and then probably notice the mess he made of the contract papers and immediately begin to try to like smooth them out.
It is starting to get on. You can kind of see the first light of dawn coming through, the windows.
This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. I should probably put on pants, shouldn't I? Yeah. What are the odds that the Count wants to do anything before, like, noon? He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who gets up early. Um. Uh,
Well, while Andreas is pondering what the morning will bring, we will go back to Nanette, having a little bit of a breakdown.
Every 3 episodes, I'm entitled to a breakdown. In my contract. She's probably collected herself a little bit after the initial everything.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of settled down. Thank you, Monsieur. Dubois. I'm serious. Thank you.
You're very welcome. But I won't forget my favor.
I always pay my debts. Always.
I felt like you were that kind of person. I brought you as close to the docks as I could. You should be able to find the exit pretty easily.
Thank you.
And he bends down towards your brother and looks at him and says, "It was lovely meeting you, Tomas."
He's far too young for you.
And he turns and he will open another portal as quickly as he can, which is pretty quick because he doesn't have anybody with him. So he just kind of opens it up and, goes through. And eventually now you are in this room alone with your brother.
Piss, it's almost morning. Can you walk, Toma?
Yeah, I think so.
Good. Because we have a long walk back to the Count's estate.
The Count? Who?
I'll explain. Let's walk and talk. I have a lot of feelings to process while we're walking, and I need to know everything that's happened in the last 2 weeks with you.
So, you're gonna start to head out of the room.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is a...
it's a comfort house, yeah, for sure.
Is it familiar? Is it Luna's?
No, actually.
Blast. That would have been nice.
Not familiar. But yeah, I mean, you can, people look like, it's early hours. People have, so it's pretty quiet in the building and you can make your way out pretty easily. And so now you're pretty close to the docks. You can see the ocean, like a street away and everything. And if you look around, you can see the Count's house up on the hill further into the island.
She's gonna hold Tomas's hand with like a death grip. But also give him her pistol. You might need this. You remember your lessons, right?
Well, a little bit. I've never shot this kind before. Nanette, what is going on?
Okay, I will fill you in, but boy, I'm not even sure where to start. Why don't you tell me what's happened with you, and while we walk, and she's gonna go ahead and draw her rapier in case anybody starts looking at 50,000 guilders walking after a breakdown.
Tomas says, well, I mean, you were walking down the aisle and you left, and I tell you, Mom practically fainted, like dead away. Dad was like gonna fight some guards. Everybody was, I mean, it was upset, and we tried to like run after you, but like you were already gone. And look, what happened?
Not my finest moment. But
so after you left, they discovered this cross was missing.
That wasn't me, for the record.
That's what I said, but they didn't, because Suzette said that she had left you alone for like a while, like because you needed to like collect yourself and stuff. So they thought like you had gone and like then you ran away because you had the cross.
But why would they? How could they have gotten you?
Well, I mean, once they found the cross was gone and thought you'd taken it, they started questioning everybody. Mom and Dad are under house arrest.
But they're fine. And it's Suzette and Butler Paul and Chef Pierre, and she goes down a list of 62 people
Yeah.
in their employ, and
Yeah.
everyone's all right.
Well, I mean, right now. But then, I had to come and find you. And see what
like this? Oh. It pulls him into a hug again. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would become this. I wasn't ready. And it just looked too similar to the space between. And I had to go. I had to leave.
It's okay, Nini. I believe you.
I'm so sorry.
He's gonna hug you back.
It's gonna stand in the middle of the street, done breaking, just hugging.
Yes.
I'll make this right, one way or another. I will get justice for you and for our family. And oh God, how's Jacques? Are they mad? Are they?
Jacques went off looking for you. Can you believe it?
Piss. He was a very nice man, but I hope he's all right. Oh.
Well, I don't know. He left Montaigne looking for you.
By boat, right?
As far as I know. And then after that, we heard that, you were in Castile somewhere. Someone had seen you, and there was, a big uproar, and...
Briefly? Just really a day trip, and then, look, we got involved in things that were, complicated. But hopefully, we can go back to the Count, and it'll be fine. Probably. But Count Ver is I think we can reason with him. It'll be fine.
So you're just gonna kind of explain,
Yeah, I'm just trying to, she's babbling, partially, somewhat coherently about, here's what happened.
Yeah.
Here's the man we need to make a deal with to get off this island, hopefully in one piece.
He's very quiet as you're describing all this stuff that has happened. Just listening. And now we're gonna go back to our pair, Gianni and the Ace B. The Ace B on heading to the Whisper. All right, so let's make some rolls. Ace, well, I mean, she's a little, she's like this big. She's not gonna really get attention from anyone. So, Gianni, go ahead. And how are you gonna go ahead and try to get on the Whisper?
I am nonchalantly going to walk up to the dock. What do I see? I know you told the boxes are, the crates are loading themselves, or what's going on?
Yeah, that's not happening anymore.
Okay.
That stopped, and the people are all on board now. So you don't see too much. It's pretty quiet on the ship, as a matter of fact.
I am just going to walk down the dock, acting as if I belong here. I am part of the crew. What are you talking about?
Alrighty, cool. So let's do, panache and perform. Let's see.
4 raises.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you go to step on the ship, and your magic, your magic, like, starts making you feel like you're kind of surrounded as soon as you step on the ship. Are you gonna? That's the feeling you get. You know, look at the threads.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like a really intense cat's cradle of fate threads surrounding the ship.
Well, there is somebody on board this ship, all right. Okay. Is this going to be the way it is? So be it. Now I start, do I actually see any people, though?
You don't. But go ahead and do a wits and notice roll. Give me 3 successes.
Three with 1 left over.
Okay, great. You hear noise coming from down below. So there's definitely people on board. And if you listen for a second or two, it does sound like it's coming closer. Or it's moving towards the deck of the ship.
Alright, I'm going to climb onto the side of this ship and start looking around.
Okay, the side, like over the side? Up,
Yeah,
like, okay. Cool.
Moving window to window kind of thing like I did before.
Okay, cool. Do either finesse or panache in athletics.
Okay. 2, 3, 4 again with 1 left over.
Okay, 4 again. Okay,
Yep.
so 1, you can do it. 1, you know, you don't quite get seen, so I'm going to give you 2 pieces of information for the other 2. Through the windows, you can definitely see that there are definitely crew on board, and they look like they're getting prepared for something. You see them, like, putting boxes away and, you know, stacking stuff up above, you know, hammocks, you know, they're definitely preparing. The second thing you see is there are definitely people going by and heading to go up top of the ship. You estimate you probably have a few minutes before they're going to come pouring onto the deck.
Alright, well, I'm going to start by, while I'm down here, I'll make my way over towards the rudder and cut the rudder line.
Okay. I'll have you roll for that in a second. Ace B, you know, you see, you know, you're on the Whisper and you're seeing, you know, and you're watching Gianni do this, and, you know, you can also hear, you know, the sounds of, you know, because you know, you're sensitive to that, you know, vibration and all that stuff. And so you can tell people are coming. So what does Ace B want to do?
Ace is going to zip over and perch on like a wall near where she thinks people are going to come out of, and listen.
Okay.
Like somewhere like in a corner, so like she's not like there and someone. God, I don't want to get crushed in this bee body right now.
Yeah.
Like I really don't. Really don't want to die in this body. I like mine.
Yeah, you can hear people talking. I mean, you can hear them, down the stairs, and they're getting closer, and they're talking, and it's obvious some sort of alarm has been tripped. They've been sent to check it out. That's that type of talk. Like, yeah, let's go check it out. What is it? Probably some just, dock rat, trying to run around and steal stuff, and they're kind of going back and forth.
And I think to myself, please, Gianni, just hide. Just do what you're good at.
All right. And Gianni's going to go for the rudder line, the rudder rope, I'm assuming.
Yep.
All right. That's pretty simple. I'm going to give you a 3, like a 3 dice, 3 raise thing for that. Probably, finesse and panache and athletics there to go ahead and parkour down and cut the line. And
it's an absolute pain in the neck to have to rerun one, so
yes.
I'm pretty confident with this one. Let's see. So that's going to be 4 successes on that. Nothing left over.
Sweet. So yeah, describe how Gianni goes down there and cuts this line, if you like.
Yep, I will climb along the edge, kind of monkey gripping on one of the lines, rows that that they use to paint, or they set up things to. There's a reason why the ships are built that way, is to make easy access for repairs and other things. And once I get over by the rudder, I will actually drop down a little bit, grab a hold, stand on the rudder, reach my arm in, and cut the line inside.
Nice. Sweet.
And then I will make my way back up and start. I'm going to go around the ship even further on the side and start making my way to the mid of the ship.
To the what?
Middle of the ship.
The middle of the ship. Okay. All right. Cool. Ace, you can hear these, steps are coming, closer and closer.
Okay.
You see some lights, coming from down the stairs that, they're obviously carrying. It's getting dawn, but it's not quite light yet.
Sure.
They still have some lanterns.
I am going to take this opportunity. B. Ace has had a light bulb moment, and she's going to fly and try to find Gianni and buzz emphatically at him.
Okay.
And try to get his attention.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not too, you kind of know where he went, so you kind of fly around the ship and you eventually find him. So now you have the little golden bee buzzing around your head, Gianni. Very insistently, I imagine. and
I'm buzzing around, and once I have his attention, I'm I do this swoopy thing, I look at him, and then I kind of hover in front of him, and then I go down and I go up, towards the rigging, and I'm and I come back, and I look at him, and then I do it again.
Yeah. There you go, Gianni.
I'm going for the rigging. Yes, that is what I'm doing.
And I bob up and down twice.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gianni, you're going for the rigging?
Yes, I am.
And then I'm gonna, when you get up there, I'll let you roll or whatever.
Well, I'm gonna have him roll, and then you can say where Ace goes from there. Finesse, panache, and athletics again. Let's go ahead and get up there. Probably 3 raises. It's not too hard. You're up on the rigging. To get up on the rigging when there's no one on the ship yet.
4 total again.
Sweet. Yeah, you get up there. What are you gonna do once you get up in the rigging?
So the ship is in dock. The sails should be tied up along the tops. I'm just sticking a knife in I'm going out on the arm, sticking a knife into the sail, and walking my way down, making a huge hole, slice through several layers of the sails.
Nice.
But I'm not going to cut through the ropes. I'm only cutting through the sails. So that way they don't realize it's damaged until they try to unfurl them.
Until they start to unfurl it. It's like, what the?
But
What, you're not going to cut some design or something like that, like Zorro? Like,
Leave a big G. Come on.
big old G.
Big old G.
I leave
What
a
is
big G
AC?
everywhere I
Big
go.
old G spot.
what is Ace B doing?
I'm going to once again in his face, and I'll be like, after he does, I'm like, I nod while, I bob while he's doing the sail thing. I'm like, yes, good, in B talk, and then I'm like, and I get in his face, and I look at him, and then I fly over to a rope that I know is important for maneuvering the sails, and I kind of like bounce on it, and then I come back over, and then I go back over to it. I'm like.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do that for for as many as you let him cut. I'm going to do that for.
Well, what I'm going to say is, Gianni, you can definitely hear more and more, like, you can either do that, and they will be up there, and you'll have to get away while they're on deck, or you can get off deck now and not cut that rope. You can take your choice. I mean, it's a risk, either way. I mean, Gianni's skilled enough to understand, like, how much time he has. So, he can stay there and hope that he gets off of it without being seen where they're on the deck, or he can just leave now.
I will, what I will do is I will cut a hole in the rope. I'm actually going to stab my dagger in and twist it around a little bit so that it won't fray or break until they actually try to put some weight or something on it.
Okay.
And then I will run along the yard arm and jump off the ship. Yes, I know, from all the way up there and into the water.
Nice. Sweet. All right.
And if they spot me, just let me know.
Finesse and panache and athletics. That is what I am rolling for now.
I feel like the pirates will see you, but then just hold up signs that say 10.
Right? He's so good.
Well, the pirates didn't
3
do
and 1 left over.
All right, so just as Ace B, what you see is Gianni do this dive, which I can only imagine is completely, like, graceful, just, off the yard arm and into the water. He hits the water just as the pirates kind of come on board with their lanterns, like come up onto the deck with their lanterns and everything. And they kind of stop, like they heard something, and they start like looking over the side. But by that time, Gianni's like underwater, so they don't see him at all, from what you can tell.
And then I start to fly back to my body. If it doesn't, well, I'm going to I'll hover until I make sure Gianni is okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, Gianni, you can get out of the water very easily and make it back to where Ace was and whatever. And Ace, you land and you're now back in your body.
Holy shit, that was amazing! Doggy! You have to try this. Come here.
No, the last time I tried something you told me to, I ended up naked on top of that ship with that lady putting whatever it was on my body. No.
You loved every second of it, don't lie. I paid good money for that lady. By the way...
I'm making a policy never to listen to you anymore.
So does everybody else. What the fuck's new?
All right, so yeah, you three you have Douglas with you, and Douglas is like, once Gianni is like, well, what happened?
Okay, I have, oh yeah, what happened?
What happened? What do you mean, what happened?
I mean, I think he
went
sabotaged
over
the ship, but you didn't get the map though. I was kind of hoping you'd find the map.
I don't know who actually has the map, to be quite honest. It could be in the captain's hands, it could be on Villanova, because he's on the ship too now. And then it could be Dubois. He might have it too. I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't tell me that Villanova was on the ship. You said earlier that that you couldn't use your powers around Villanova or else he'd know. They knew you were on the ship. You triggered some type of alarm.
I did not No, Villanova cannot use the powers, but he probably has a faith witch in his employee. I'm pretty sure they do, because they had a very, very complex web around it to let them know if something happened. So yes, they knew somebody was there, not necessarily me. I just know that there was a trap.
Well,
Light is coming further and further,
I-
up and it's getting
Okay.
lighter.
I need to get back to the Count's. By morning, I'm supposed to come back, I think.
Yeah, you were gonna meet up in the morning, is
I need
what
to
he
try and
said. In the
change
morning,
clothes
we
so
can
I can get
discuss
cold.
it, is what he said.
What did you just say?
I'm going
I
to need
will
a
be-
dry set of clothes, or I'm going to get the cold.
Go back to the go back to the Salty Siren. You're not supposed to be at the Count's. You and Douglas take him back to get his clothes. Charles is in your room, by the way. Hope that's okay.
Okay.
Take care of Charles. He's a good boy, and he's very sad. And then I'm gonna start heading back to the.
All right. Okay. So, Andreas, there you are. It is
Fully
it is
dressed.
Light. It is light. And you get a very on the door.
Yes.
It is Robert, Mr. Karras.
Oh. Yes. He looks at the bed that has blood on it. Looks at probably some more the blood on the wall. I'll be right out. Kind of redoes the sling and has his sword and kind of and picks up the contract, but tucks it into his kind of into the sling for safekeeping, and opens the door and quickly steps out.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
I trust you are feeling healed.
I'm feeling much better.
Good. Follow me. And he goes like next door and he starts knocking on Ninette's room.
She's usually really hard to wake.
I see. He'll knock louder.
Oh, she slipped through much louder than that. I there was we were on a ship and there was a very loud banging and she snoozed right through it. It was quite insane. I did not. I was quite impressed. You know what? How about I step inside and I will wake her? Is that okay?
Very well.
I step inside and I start I close the door behind me and I start making noises like I'm waking her.
So, about that time, Ninette, you and Tomas have made it back up to the Count's house. Oh, look at this place.
Just say you fell out the window.
It's
I tossed
even
and
more-
turned real bad in my sleep, and I just went.
oops. Could have happened to anyone.
Clumsy
Nanette's,
Ninette.
Nanette's had a long night. She's gonna walk right up to the front door and Good morning. I had a meeting with Monsieur Robert
You had
first
the
thing in the
guard,
morning.
like blinking at you, like, where did you look like a mess? He's like,
Yeah, don't mind the tears. It's
you...
just tell him Miss Primevere is here to see him. He'll let me in, I'm assured.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay, so the guard, actually he'll usher you in and sit you down at like a bench, like that's in the front there. And Thomas is like,
Just, it's fine. It's fine. Just,
I mean,
you're feeling all right though, right? You're nothing hurts.
I feel okay.
Just,
Okay. He's
Just
like
trust me on
looking
this one.
around at all this stuff like that's in here.
We'll get you a tour later.
Yeah, so the guard goes off, and a few minutes later, Andreas, you're in there like, come on, Nanette, wake up!
Look what I'm doing.
Whatever.
Because I didn't think about a different option that was suggested in chat. And so I'm just going to roll with what I got.
So you hear like noise outside the door, and then Robert opens the door, and he's looking at you, and he says, "Well, this is very interesting. It seems that Miss Prévert is downstairs."
Oh, she must have went to get herself ready. We have a wonderful bathing facility. That's all I can think of that she would have done. Yeah, I got nothing, honestly. I
I see.
it's been a really long night.
Well, I'll be very interested to hear how this happened. Miss Prévert apparently is in quite a state.
Oh, you know what? This might help. And I think you'll understand it when I say it this way. Fuck door wizards.
I see.
I don't know if I could, I'm just, you know what? At this point, I'm honestly just glad she's there and you're not currently surrounding me with guards and sharp blades.
Oh, trust me, if I don't like the answers I hear, that is quickly forthcoming.
Oh. All right, let's go.
Robert turns on his heel, and with the guards, walking, go downstairs. So a few minutes later, Nanette, Robert comes downstairs, and he has Andreas behind him with a couple guards.
Oh, good. You were able to get Monsieur Andreas up.
Oh, I was not asleep.
You will not believe the night we've had, but let's talk somewhere.
Oh, at this point, I don't know if I'd believe it or not. I'm very glad to see you're alive and well.
I've got good news and bad news.
You know what? Let's just rip off the Band-Aid. Bad news. Let's go with the bad news.
Well, we should probably go ahead and do this while Monsieur Robert is here, and we can sit down somewhere. I've been walking a lot.
The Count believes that we shouldn't do anything on an empty stomach. It sounds like you have quite a story and quite a lot to explain. So, I will show you to where you can rest. The Count will be with you shortly.
Breakfast sounds disappointing, but we would love that.
Perhaps a place for the lady to freshen up.
Yes. So, yeah. So he'll turn and he'll walk and past the room where you were in before that was like completely empty. He opens up a room and it looks like a really nice like study kind of. It's got tons of books. It's got a desk and all of that sort of stuff. It's very ornate. But it doesn't look like it's been used a lot. But there is some, like a basin of water and stuff like that. And they're in the corner to wash up with. So he says, I will leave the guards right outside. I will be back with the Count in a few moments.
Thank you, Monsieur. You are most kind.
Andreas takes out the bottles and really quickly sets that he collected from the from the bathing and sets it by the water basin. And goes, use those. They're amazing.
Maybe I should have gambled with the sense of smell. Long story.
Wait, what do you mean gambled with your sense of smell?
Well, it's not really a concern anymore for anyone but me. But good news, bad news. So bad news, I did not find the map because Silent Death has it. But the good news, I did find Dubois. He's on the list.
How are we categorizing that as good news?
Well,
We'll leave that with Andreas saying how does that categorize as good news, and we'll go back to Ace. Finally making it up to the Count's house. And guard opens and he seems like to recognize you and has been expecting you. So he shows you in to the room that I have described where Nanette and Andreas are. Nanette is standing there looking quite the worst for wear with her brother.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh,
Also, what the fuck has happened?
this is my brother, Tomas.
Oh,
He has come all the way from Montaigne in very poor shape, but he is better now. I'm going to burn down every single Vodacine church I see, but that's a tomorrow goal.
Can
Today-
you leave a few?
Yep.
I need to be able to do something. That's all.
Sure, I need to wash my face and try to get cleaned up. Is
So-
the creepy mark still on my calf? Just
Yep.
Oh, also,
cool.
what is that?
Well, don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
Okay.
It's a really long story.
we need detail.
Tomas looks
Short
like
version.
horrified, and he's like,
Maybe-
"Nanette, what did you do?"
Maybe here. Maybe we should just let the lady get cleaned up. You're in quite.
I do.
Look,
It's been a long
I
night.
saw. Look,
I know.
I almost lost my hand / arm. I was trapped in a room all night with this asshole. You know what? Don't worry about it. I point to Thomas. The entire night. This is and couldn't sleep. But I think I'm entitled to a few answers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we went into the mirror, and then we were on the whisper.
Okay. Hold on. When did that happen?
After the mirror.
Okay.
Time works differently in the space between.
Why is breakfast going to be a disappointment?
It's I may have had to not taste things anymore, but
You made a
honestly,
deal.
What?
it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, I could use a diet. And
What the hell, Nanette?
look, Tomas, it was for you.
So, all right.
She breaks into Montaigne with Tomas, and they just start
I
arguing.
understand every. Remember, I understand every bit of that.
You were in absolute terrible shape. What was I supposed to do?
Not give
this is
away
something.
your taste.
It was the only way they would let us out. You know I can't walk.
Look. All right, we're gonna put a pin in this. Me and you're gonna have a long discussion about making deals with otherworldly things and and costs and stuff.
I mean, honestly, taste. It sucks, but it could have been a lot worse.
Unless it's something poisonous where the poison has a taste to it.
Okay, so we taste her shit for it. Doesn't matter.
Look, if I'm going to die to poison, that's just how I'm going to go. Really. Okay, the important thing is Silent Death has the map.
Okay. Also, we need to come back to something. We need to swing back around to it before they came in. How is Dubois good news?
Well, I found him. I went looking
Still not-
for him unintentionally, and I found him, and he did not have the map.
This would be the first y'all are hearing about how she was able to do that. Because I don't think she told anybody about the mark that she has.
So you found him through.
Accidentally. Well, I may have I may have marked him when we were
Okay.
comfortable.
We're
Making
gonna
out?
stop that with Annette saying, I may have marked him, and we're gonna go back to Gianni. Yeah, I got John just right when he's not like sitting up. Yeah, and going back with Douglas to the salty siren in the room there.
You know, Douglas, you strike me as a man who's not been. You've had it very rough, huh?
Somewhat, I guess.
Well, you know, they don't really need us right now. I'm thinking of, you know, I didn't get to have a bath the last 2 times I went into the bathhouse. I was not invited. So I think it's time that we go.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I washed this morning, you know, but, well, I mean, I suppose after all that, it wouldn't be bad to clean up.
Have you ever had somebody scrub your back?
Excuse me?
I'm not offering. I'm just saying, you can actually hire someone to do it for you.
Really? What exactly do you have in mind?
It's called a bath.
He's looking at you like very suspicious.
There's water, usually some food if you ask for it, and you will hire someone to wash your back. That's not a very difficult thing. And I could
Okay.
probably use a warm bath after being in the ocean.
So I assume you know a place that has these things.
Yes, there is a very nice inn in town.
Okay.
And a very shitty one too. I think we'll try the nice one.
Okay. All right. Well.
So yeah,
lead the way,
while they're doing their thing, I'm getting a bath, and then I'll go back to the, you know, to find Charles.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you can go to the Compass and, you know, ask to use their facilities. You know, they'll ask for a little bit of money to do so.
I have money
I
thanks to a
think
certain
money
friend.
little bit. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, you can go back. I mean, it's not quite up to par to the one you had in Puerto del Ser, but I mean, it's decent, you know. I mean, it's huge tubs, you know, and they've got soap and it's warm and, you know, and all of that stuff. So you can definitely get cleaned, and of course, for the right amount, you can get somebody to wash your back for you if you're into that for a little bit more money, if you like.
Heck yes.
Okay.
You got a really great barmaid there that probably has the
She's
hands of
off
an
now.
angel.
She's sleeping. She's sleeping right now.
True.
Wake her up.
Wake up, Holly. Yeah. So you know, you have, you know, whichever you like. There's kind of like, you know, people working around like the Compass and stuff. So like, I mean, if you find somebody, you know, you're particularly, you know, it's like, hey, you want to make some, you know, money, you know, washing my back, you know, whatever. You can find somebody. Cameron will be watching you, and he's just kind of going along with it at this point because it's been a weird day for him too, a little bit. Not as weird for y'all, but it's still, you know, some weird stuff has gone down. So he's kind of following your lead. So you can, you know, relax in the bath, you know, in a tub next to Douglas if you want. Chill out, get your back scrubbed, have some breakfast.
I tell a few stories while we're there, you know. I'll tell stories that are actually plays, but yeah.
Nice. Douglas will tell you stories too about like some stuff that that they've done. He'll tell you a story about how they were rescuing some people from a slaver ship, and Olaf had to belay him when he was catapulted off the deck due to an explosion on the other ship once they had gotten people over. And so Douglas is saying, and there Captain O'Connell was saying, Olaf, belay that Highlander! And then Olaf stood up and he grabbed a rope and, you know, he pulled me in and you know, we sailed off.
Interesting.
That ship was no
belay.
more.
Belay.
Tie down.
Yeah, I'd always thought that meant to hit over the head.
Oh.
I'm surprised. It is always good to know.
Yeah, so you guys can exchange stories and stuff, and then you're gonna go back to the Salty Siren after?
Yep. I'll get a change of clothes if somebody will run and get me a new shirt, and then yeah.
Yeah, you can get a new shirt. I mean, that's not hard to, like, you know, find somebody who's getting them and stuff like that. Charles is not there when you get back.
I thought they said Charles was going to be here.
I mean, he went off to try to get a hold of the Invisible College.
I'm gonna run downstairs and I'm gonna ask the innkeeper. Hey, pardon. There was a man here supposed to be here. Individual glasses usually carries books.
He left here last night.
But he did come here first.
Early. I saw him, but then he left with a couple other people, and I haven't seen him since.
What do these other people look like? Were they sailors or something else?
Woman, arbor and hair like this. She had guns. She had a Highland accent. And he was the other one. Well, if Douglas was with you, he would say that. But other than that, he would describe Douglas.
But he has not been back since.
No.
Damn. I'll go find Douglas and say, it looks like Charles never made it back here.
Well, I mean, your friends are up at that big manor house up there, Ace and Andreas, and as far as I know. Something was going on with Nanette. I don't know. I only caught bits and pieces of what you were saying earlier.
Honestly, friend, it would be much better just to forget the entire thing on that. It's...
Okay.
Just understand that when we see her next, she's had a rough night, probably. But all things considered, we need to wait for our friends to go find Charles. Or I can start looking myself. What do you think would be smarter?
Well, in general, when someone goes missing, the quicker you start looking for them, the easier it is to find them.
Good point. I will start looking for him. Could you stay here and tell them where I go? That I'm looking for Charles.
No problem.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I do mean it. Stay here, please. I don't want to have to be looking for two.
He settles down on one of the beds. He's like, I'm gonna stay right here.
Off I go looking. Yeah.
Sweet. All right, back at the Count in the room. Nanette was saying,
And that's what happened.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
This is actually stuff we probably could talk about later. I think they're waiting for us.
Yeah, probably. No, they said they'd come get us.
I know that.
yeah, he
Oh,
said
did
to
they?
wait
Okay.
for it to come. Yeah.
I mean, I know that you were owed answers and all that, but I mean, we could talk about this in a much more private place.
Of course. This is a terrible time for this sort of thing. Andreas, you've got the contract, yes?
Right here.
Why is it sticky?
Sticky?
It was a long night.
There were only... Okay, there were tears. And stress. And stress
We
eating.
all cried. Good.
Well, no, it was just a lot of stress eating. There were honey cakes.
Well, it is all here as best as we have. We will work with this.
Okay, so we can talk about this in there, but I figure we should probably prep you. The pot of gold is ready if we need it. Kira's on board, whatever we need. And and Johnny and Johnny took care of the whisper.
Like, for how? Like, forever?
Like,
or
No, not forever, but it depends on how fast they can repair it. But they're not going to be going anywhere. They don't have rudder. They don't have their main sails, and he was able to he did some work not that long ago. I just came from there.
But they have powerful and wealthy friends. I'm sure they can make the repairs fairly quickly.
They do, but he said that that's what you wanted him to do.
Well, I was hoping we could do as much damage as possible to slow them down, but...
Well, I mean, there's... Yeah, something weird's going on with that, but... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And Ace is a little... like, she's trying not to look at you very much. She's trying to look past you. So...
Is there something on my face? Oh, did I not get all of it off?
No, you got it. You got it. You're good.
No. I just... Nope, it's not that. It's not that. Don't worry about it. I'm a little embarrassed. It's okay. You know, yesterday and all. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yesterday was a long day. Well,
it doesn't matter. We can talk
once
about it
we're
later.
not here.
This isn't the time.
Yeah.
This isn't the time.
So you guys are talking about that, and the door opens, and in strides the Count. He's wearing a bright yellow outfit, which is, it's like pants and kind of a loose shirt and a very nice yellow like velvet velour kind of material, and it's lined with like what looks like goldish thread, and he has a cup in his hand. It's a goblet, but it doesn't look like it has wine in it when you see him walk in with it. And he says, "Good morning. I see everyone is here, and one other? Interesting."
Surprise. We wanted to keep it fun.
Robert tells me you have quite a lot of things to explain.
I mean, do we have to? You want to just talk about the money, right?
I think we would all benefit from honesty and mutual cooperation at this point.
Agreed.
Well, has your end of the bargain been held up? See this honesty? Is anything missing from my house?
I did borrow a few of the bottles.
There should be nothing else missing from your house, as far as we know. I did not take anything when I went looking for Monsieur Dubois unintentionally.
I ate some honey cakes last night.
Is something else missing?
Well, we're going to find out. I'm going to send the staff going through the house to see what is here and what is not. While they do that, we can discuss the matter of the boat, my map, and your winnings. I trust you've had sufficient time to come up with something.
Of course. Well, we cannot give you the map at the moment because, of course, we do not have it, and unfortunately, Monsieur Dubois also does not have it. Why don't we sit down and see what our options are?
Okay.
And she hands Robert, like, a contract of stipulations, and basically, like, here's what we got.
Yeah,
here's what we know.
Well,
Here are our options.
Like, starts going through it. Well, Rivera looks at the Count and then passes him the papers. The Count looks at it. It's very quiet while this happens. It takes, a few minutes while they're looking through. So, unless anybody is going to, like, start talking or start doing something, they're not going to be saying anything while they're looking over this contract. So what is...
Oh, sorry. Above the table, John, do we know where you got that shit? Like the bug ring. You
No.
didn't tell us that you stole it from this house. Okay.
That actually completely slipped my mind as a player, so sorry.
Technically, it
Okay.
would have been discovered with the original theft because it was right underneath where the map would have been.
Truth.
That's true. So we would have been in the room with the empty spaces where it should have been.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Just didn't know if. Okay. Good.
Yeah, so what exactly would this contract, like, what is Nanette
So she's
trying-
basically laying out several options. Her most obvious option is she basically wants to get all the information out of the table. Like, here's who we believe has the map based on all the information we have, and it is Silent Death, one of the most terrifying pirates on the seas at this moment. His ship is currently here, and probably will not be leaving anytime soon. However, we do not know where the map is. It is somewhere on the ship at the moment. We suspect he will be using it to find the treasure of the Carnival.
So you believe this treasure exists?
Yes. I think so. Why else?
Robert hears a deep sigh, like, standing right next to the Count. Robert's just like,
Why else would you not keep the map?
oh, I kept the map because it had, a story, interesting history. I didn't actually believe the treasure was real. I mean, everyone's heard the stories, but, it's like, what you hear isn't necessarily what the truth is, but does it matter? When legend becomes myth, print the myth, not the legend.
Well, if a Villanova is searching for it, there must be something of value at the end of that map.
Oh, is that why Villanova was here? Was Silent Death? Interesting. Well, it would make sense they would steal the map and if Villanova's involved. Your Grace, I didn't know. The Count's like, and he's like sitting there and he has this like, kind of like gleam in his eye, like he's pondering.
Can I make an empathy roll? Because I actually have decent in that stat.
Sure, yeah.
I was like, do we need to?
Like, go
No,
for
but
it.
I have an idea because I might be wanting to try to poke him in a certain direction. Don't worry, I'll lean over and whisper quietly if his empathy roll goes half decent.
I mean, Nanette would probably do that too, but I feel like she has a read on the Count at this point. It probably doesn't need to. She's like, I never know. Why would they be looking for that? For a man as wealthy as Villanova, what could be?
I got 4 raises with 2 extras.
He is obviously very interested in what he suspects might be there if this ship is real. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Would he be feeling as though he might be worth funding this if he can get a cut of the storied things?
That
is
seems
technically
very
in the contract.
Possible. Yeah, that is very possible. It
Uh,
would be.
Andreas will lean over to Nanette and very quietly whisper, what if we put him getting part of the treasure? I mean, honestly, besides us.
Did you not get to page 36?
No, I didn't make it to page 36.
yeah,
I was on.
That was written in there as well. I would very much like the opportunity to find this treasure. Unfortunately, we have no map unless there are some sort of additional records that you might have when you acquired it.
I don't keep copies of those sorts of things. It sort of takes away the uniqueness of the original.
No, I understand completely.
So, would you be interested in? Obviously, you'd get a cut because, except for the Invisible College, I don't think if anyone who would want the treasure for any other reason except those nefarious means. And as a collector of wonderful items, they seem like it would be rather safe here. Perhaps perhaps allowing us to have a ship and maybe funding this expedition.
And I lean over and I'm like, I did tell you we got the pot of gold, right?
Two ships are better than one, especially when going up against the.
But if they wanted...
I wouldn't ask you to take on the costs of funding this because there is nothing. However, I would be willing to take on the costs.
If I let you go with your winnings and the ship that Andreas won, despite having been deprived of my map, what guarantee do I have that you'll come back and give me my cut of the treasure? I really don't want to waste my time having to track you down to retrieve my map and my portion of the treasure if we make this deal.
Believe me, we don't want that either.
What sort of collateral would
Or a
be
representative.
equitable? Or a
I was gonna say,
representative of your own.
If
on
you're
the
funding
ships.
it, it would only seem appropriate that a representative of yours would be there.
But he's not funding it, she is.
Shh.
She just said that.
I know,
With-
but this is an option.
We're perfectly fine bringing someone of your staff along, or more. We have a ship to crew, and you have manpower.
If I offer some of my staff and people to crew the ship, that might be enough insurance, since they are my people.
That makes it his boat, Andreas. I hope you understand.
My boat, his crew.
No, doesn't sound like it.
Only until you come back, of course.
That sounds excellent. Additionally, should you want it, there is a particular cross that people are looking for, and it
Oh yeah.
with it has a very interesting story you might appreciate, monsieur.
Really? And Robert kind of like leans down, but it's obvious like the Count is not really listening to what he has to say. You know, Robert seems like he's trying to, but the Count seems very like focused. Is this the cross that I've heard about that the church was relieved of?
The very same.
I thought Robert told me that you claimed innocence on that. At least one of you did.
I cannot take credit for the theft, but it is now in our possession.
I looks at
didn't
all
do
of
it.
you. He's like, very well. If you agree to have one of my staff on board, and I will crew your ship until you get back, in order to protect my interest. Because trust me, I will pay them better than you will to keep me informed and protect my interests in this matter. And the cross. I think we can come to an accord.
Very well.
Looking at all the rest of you.
It doesn't matter what I have to say, so please don't look at me.
It sounds good to me.
I believe Gianni has the cross at the moment.
He does.
Let us get.
I gave it over to y'all because y'all were asking about it last time.
I wasn't sure if you had actually handed it over, but if you had, then we could just give it over
I
here.
think you did, so you guys have it.
Andreas will pull it out. and he'll go.
Shh, don't spoil it.
Ooh.
The Comte is a very intelligent man. I'm sure he can find what is interesting
special
about
it?
this. Yes.
And Andreas will slide it across the table.
We have an agreement then.
We do. Oh, any opposed?
Excellent. And he like has the papers, and Robert sits there and crosses some, like, anything that's not relevant or whatever, and you guys can like deal with that and making sure that like what you've agreed to is what's happening. And then while y'all are doing that, we're gonna go to Gianni, who is searching for Charles.
Yep, fun times. I'm really I think it's gonna be okay. Retrace the steps from where he came from, and ask around. Who was around? Who saw something last night? Did anybody see anything? I'm looking for this man.
Okay, wits and convince, I guess, because you're trying to get people to like talk to you, remember.
All right, so that's 1, 2, 3 successes with 1 left over.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you're able to kind of like ask around, and people who are like either heading home from, something they were doing or whatever. You do find somebody who does remember seeing him go off in a direction, and kind of doing that, you are able to kind of follow kind of which direction he went. Do a wits and notice.
Nice. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 again with 1 left over.
Okay. You are kind of following the trail, looking around, doing your best to get a vantage point and everything like that. And you see a satchel on the ground that looks familiar to you.
Run over to it. Check it out.
There are 3 books inside.
Damn it. Looking around. What do I see near here? Is there anything near here?
You're kind of in what looks like people are kind of like getting ready for the morning with stuff, gonna get ready to sell wares and stuff here. So, you're kind of looking around and you see people like opening up and everything like that. However, you do notice that there does seem to be like a lot of fraying along the satchel, as you're kind of like looking at it and stuff. Oh no.
I'm here. My video drivers just crashed for a sec.
Oh, okay. It does look a little bit frayed, like it was struggled over, and had a fight over.
Do I see any evidence of blood nearby or anything?
You don't.
I'm still going to ask around here one more time, see if anybody saw anything. I will offer coin in exchange for information, but I want something honest. I'll ask her descriptions.
Yeah, you find this lady who's like setting up like clothes and stuff like that. She looks like she was either a sailor at some point or something like that. She's kind of grizzled. She's like, yeah, I saw that guy. There were these 2. I couldn't really tell. They kind of had like cloaks on, over their face a little bit. He sat there waiting for a little bit, and I was trying to get stuff ready and everything. I get up early and whatnot. I'm kind of old now, so I don't sleep too much. But yeah, he was there and he was waiting, and then these 2 guys came up, and then they started pulling him away, and his bag dropped.
Do you know which direction they took him? Just general direction. Did they take him that way? And I point towards the direction of the docks.
Oh, yeah, that's where they were going. And we will end there for the night. I hope you all had fun. And I hope that,
is there any announcements y'all need to make before we end?
We have no other shows this week.
Next week.
Next week, though, on Wednesday, we start Emerald City Nights, which is a Shadowrun 5th edition limited series for 4 weeks. And then yeah, we're back here on Sunday. You know what? No, we're not. We're off for two. We're off for 2 weeks on Illuminated Page. So we'll be back here next Tuesday, though, with episode 11 of this show.
Yeah.
Don't forget
Huh?
the future charity stream.
Potentially, yeah. If yeah, actually, no, that's not a potential thing. It's happening. The charity stream is happening in June, and so yeah. If you would like to be a part of that, we'd really enjoy it. So, find a way to contribute if you want and participate. Save your pennies and support the Trevor Project, and we will do a nice little Pride Month fundraiser for them. But yeah, it'll be a special, probably off schedule stream. We'll announce that more as days come up, but we'll maybe play some games, chat with you all, do a little Q&A, whatever. Show some fanfic or read some fanfic, show some spicy fan art, and yeah, so if you've got something, if you're talented, we'd love to recruit you for and you're all beautiful, you're all wonderfully talented, you're all just blessed with fonts of secret wisdom and skills that far surpass any of ours. So please join us, but we'll announce that more as we get closer. June.
Awesome. Well, until next week, then, I wish everybody fair winds and following seas, and we will see you all next Tuesday.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
Bye.